We came out on that
on the beach. Yeah, it was crazy.
We just followed this little path and we just kept going. Everybody else kind of turned around and went back. I'm like, where does this go? And it opened up to this gorgeous private beach.
There was nobody out there.
Yeah, nobody.
And it was like in the middle of the busy season.
And it was beautiful.
It was awesome.
So if you like exploring, if you're up on the Parkway and you take that one exit, I guess, that takes you out to like Lenore and such.
Yes. Yes.
If you take that little side road off of that, there's a theater out there that's abandoned and overgrown with vines and stuff. And you can literally go inside and sit in the chairs and look at the big screen, but it's overgrown with flowers. And
Gosh.
it's beautiful and wild and strange.
In Lenore, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you email me, I marked the GPS coordinates.
Okay.
I wanted to go back and take pictures sometime. It's a real neat place.
Well, I'm a firm believer in leave nature alone. She knows what she's doing. You know, if we back off and leave it alone a little bit, she'll fix it and make it like it should be.
I always want to get together a group of like intrepid people who don't mind like wading through the weeds and like teach a class or something because you've got seating for them.
Right.
Yeah, that's cool.
But apparently there used to be a little bit of the town there and it got abandoned after a point and then the theater just got overgrown.
Wow.
It's neat though.
Yeah, I think it was me. Yeah, it was me and Trent. We found it's near Henderson Road, and it's the name of that lake, Cascade Lake. It's a little tiny lake. It's not a big popular lake, but there's a big dam there.
I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. A lot of jumpers up there.
Okay. And there's an old power plant there. That's where the dam was. There was a dam there.
There's
like
there's that piece of tape I was
made
looking
like
for.
a barrel. It's really cool.
If you go across and go all the way down to the bottom of that hill, there's an old fish hatchery place down there, and it looks like a miniature town, like all the little concrete buildings.
Oh, okay.
But it's like way down the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's
It's neat out there.
Yeah.
I got about a minute.
Whoever's watching this live stream is getting all this.
It's funny. I said, reading the screen. I don't have my glasses on, so.
I'm living that life this weekend.
I know, right? I'm like, I look like a total dork with my glasses on. And like sometimes where where the glasses rest on your face, the makeup will come off. So I'm like,
There's a problem with glasses. If you want something that's classy and cool, it costs like $600.
Yes.
Everything else, you've got two options. One, very quirky. This side's round and this side's a square or whatever. Or you can look like you work for Geek Squad at Best Buy.
Yeah.
Is my preferred look.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
I used to work Geek Squad.
Yeah, you do.
I change it.
It's kind of a stupid design, so I'm trying to get by, but
Yeah.
I'll have a headache at the end of the day.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of fuzzy. So.
That's right.
Unless you're sitting in the front row, then you're sharp. But like I know that's Dustin because I see like the colors and the shape.
I just got flipped to the progressives, and so like halfway through, I'm like,
Yeah.
take them off.
Don't you get sick of doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sitting here and I'm literally moving my phone instead of moving my ass.
There you go.
I have progressives too, and I have to have a special pen for my computer, otherwise I'm doing the.
Yeah.
No, she'll sit there at her desk.
Or I'll hold my glasses
She'll
and
like
move
put your
them.
glasses on.
Nice.
You just want glasses for your computer.
I like that we're like all blind in here. Because I don't have my glasses on either. So-
One more note before we get started. I don't know if y'all are part of the Facebook group. I wear glasses, so I pay to see this. It's a really
Oh, there you go.
it's a really funny, sometimes depressing Facebook group, but it's like I wear glasses, so I literally pay to see this ish.
Right.
Isn't it kind of a funny comment though about humanity that we all need our glasses, but we all chose not to wear them to be cool for each other? A bunch of people who wouldn't have cared.
Right. Exactly. Cool. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get rolling. So thank you all for coming at 9 a.m. For this interview, and this is 6 more people than I expected, so that's awesome. Because I was like 9 a.m. well, this might just be a pleasant conversation with me and Mortalis, you know, that this is all
Ask him fully and we can go.
yeah, you're more than welcome to come to the front. I promise the front row's not a splash zone.
Might be, I don't know. No promises.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love your Ursula dress.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So, I feel like most people in the room know who I am already, but just for hi, where's the camera?
Up
Oh,
there.
hi. Hello. My name is Alex Matsuo, and I am the wow, it is early. I am the STEAM track director, so all the science, tech, paranormal, and costuming tracks, they all fall under me. So that's what I did this year, and it's been an interesting experience this year. It's been wonderful. And yeah, but when I'm not working on ConCarolinas, I'm a paranormal researcher investigator. I write paranormal nonfiction. I write about haunted experiences, haunted locations. Actually, my latest book about this location in Hamptonville called the Trivia Clinic, Mortalis wrote the foreword for it. So,
Much to your detriment.
yeah, one bad review I got was like just ripping like everything apart about Mortalis. I'm like, really? This sounds like a personal problem. But but you know you've done something impactful when that happens.
Right.
I met Mortalis about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago,
Maybe longer.
maybe 3 years
Pandemic
ago.
stuff.
Pandemic
Who
stuff,
knows?
yeah. My
Time is a concept.
yeah. My team, which I'm the founder and director of the Association of Paranormal Study, Pride was coming up, and we were like, you know, most of our team is queer. Why don't we ever do anything for Pride? So we decided that we really wanted to boost visibility of queer people in the paranormal. So I started like doing research, and then I ran into Mortalis, and I was like, hey, would you be cool with coming on a panel or chatting? And
That was so fun.
yeah, it was a great conversation, and I was just really impressed with Mortalis and with what they do, and I was like, okay, I need to like engage more with this person, and you know, maybe become friends with them, and you know, really cool.
Some
And-
funny stuff on Facebook together.
I know, right? Sometimes some petty talking about, you know, certain new age publishers. It's fun times. No comments. But yeah, so, and then of course when ConCarolinas was coming up for this year, last year we had Andrea Perrin as our special guest, and I was like, okay, who would be a good follow-up for that, and who would like be like, well, how do you top Andrea Perrin? And then of course, and then I found Mortalis, and then I was like, Mortalis, who has ended up being a fantastic addition to ConCarolinas this year, by the way.
Major imposter syndrome, but having fun.
Oh my gosh. As someone who also has imposter syndrome, I also know no matter what is said, it's like, you know,
It's like a vending machine trying to take a wrinkly dollar.
yeah,
Like, I want to take it, but I just, it's frustrating, I suppose.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, it can be, right? So, yeah, so I'm really excited to be able to interview, because I don't think I've ever had a chance to really just sit down and chat with you and get to know you, and
no.
where you come from,
I'm
and
gonna
like,
turn this way.
your
while we're
origin,
talking.
your
Yeah.
origin story, so to speak, as I always call it. Maybe some disclaimers, maybe some religious trauma coming up soon, not just from, yeah, so, and also since, you know, wow, set it down, yay.
Yay.
So, and also I'll open the floor for questions, probably in the last like 15-ish minutes, just so that, you know, y'all have a chance to ask the questions, and, you know, just have a, I mean, I liked these sorts of situations to be more like, hey, let's have a conversation, and rather than like, James Lipton, the actor's studio.
That could be humorous.
That could be. I need my glasses though. Anyway, so yeah, so Mortalis, tell us like, I guess, who you are and how you came to this moment right now.
Never have I been less sure of the answer than someone asking. Oh gosh. I was born in North Carolina in 1982. I was born to conservative, evangelical, blah, 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 blah. Like, it was a tough upbringing, and scary, terrible stuff happened. I ran away when I was 17, just, you know, a babe in the woods. My plan at the time, having considered and assessed the situation and as the neurodivergent dork I didn't yet know I was thought perhaps I wouldn't fit in, so I got a library card and checked out a book that was the IMDb Top 100 and Emily Vanderbilt's Guide to Etiquette, and I thought these two things will help me fit in with society. That was my scheme. So I read the top list of movies, checked them out from the library too, because they were all like black and white films from the 30s.
Nice.
I was ready for the pop culture after that, let me tell you. I was ready. Read my guide to etiquette. I did make myself real panicky about how the knife faces though, because if the sharp side is pointing out, it means you want to harm your neighbor. It's peaceful to turn it in. So with that information in hand, I was ready to greet the world. Part-time job, crappy first husband, and just kind of finding myself along the way and figuring out where I fit in the world. And started college at 25 because that's when you can get a Pell Grant without your parents' signature. Fun facts. And years later, here I am. I yada yada over all the best parts. Like,
We'll dive deeper into
yeah.
that.
Yeah, so it's been a long journey and a difficult journey at times. It always feels like the first day of what I'm doing, but you know, I'm glad to be here and I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad I survived where I came from because there were times I didn't think that would be true. And yeah, so every day's good.
So how did you fall into the world of paganism and then gardening, priest sex? Like,
That sounds like a trip to the mud. Like,
right.
I always tell people, like, so there are certain types of people that enjoy the expression dabbling in witchcraft, and I always answer that I do not dabble. I do witchcraft for fucking purpose.
Mm-hmm.
This is a PG interview. People watch this, the language, sorry. I have to try. Keep that in check. I don't know, I knew at a young age that that was for me. When I died when I was 5, I had an experience and I came back and went, that's probably different than what I'm learning at home. And I didn't have the language. It's like being gay in a conservative house, right? You don't know all the correct words. You don't know the alphabet soup, but you know what you're into. I knew I went out every night and talked to a woman. I started making friends with trees. I did all the things little kids do, you know, when you're going to be that weirdo. And after I ran away from home, my trip to the library uncovered something fun. People like to ask in the pagan community, what was your first occult book? And everybody's like, oh, I had Silver Wolf, or oh, I had Uncle Bucky's Big Blue Book, or whatever. My very first book, you couldn't even check out from the library. Rutherford County will not check out any pagan books to their reference only. You have to sit in the library and let people observe you. But I read the Time Life Mysteries series, and it was the witchcraft one. And those books are terrible. If anyone finds one, please send it to me because I can't find it out. You know, I want it so badly, but they're awful. They were just sort of like the National Enquirer of books. It was just whatever topic, and we just said salacious stuff. But reading it, it was kind of my first, oh, there are people that think the way I have been thinking all this time, and like, there's words for that. So that gave me this avenue to start digging and digging. Immediately upon turning 18, I married an idiot. I married a groomer who recognized my trauma and, yeah, enjoyed making my their story. With whom I spent 10 years and I lost that entire time because their family was conservative Christian as well. I came up to my spouse once and they made me feel so badly about it that I never mentioned it again. So I was just like reading secret and stuff. When we divorced, I knew then that I wanted to do something more with that. So I did a little Yule ritual and I was like, I don't know how to find my people. And it's funny too, I kind of developed in a bubble. I've never been the sort to be like, I'm into a thing, I'll go find it on the internet, connect with people. I never did that. I never connected with community in that way. I just sort of did my own thing. So I did a little ritual. I was like, I want to find people. And anybody who has any kind of psychic abilities or does mediumship or sensitive will know how you will sometimes just get a message. You just sort of feel it. And the message I got was of Long Island, and I was mad. I remember being mad at the message I got because my first instinct was, is this a message or is this a cocktail or what's your problem, universe? Tell me something useful. But the next day I Googled Long Island, witches. And Googled Long Island, witches. First thing I found was Raymond Buckland, because he is a Gardnerian from the Long Island woman. And I thought, well, that's really specific. So I read their books, most of which are quite terrible, actually. Hard sticker from watching house. And I dug more and more, and I realized, well, there are still people like this, and it's still their thing. And I connected with some groups online, and I went to Ye Olde Witch Box. Doesn't exist anymore, and that's very sad, heartbreaking. Searched for Gardnerian covens. There was one in my area that wasn't taking students. It said on there, do not, don't, just don't. So I emailed a group in Pennsylvania. I was prepared to drive each way every weekend for my training. And they told me that I should message that group anyway and just see what happens. So like 2 in the morning, I opened in-person people. It's so embarrassing, like baby witches saying words and stuff. But I got a message from my now spouse, whom I was dating at the time, about 10 a.m. in the morning. I was like, so this morning my mom got the funniest email. Because he never responded like that. It's their coven. They just kept it real private in their house. And I was in their house like every other day, hanging out.
And you had no idea?
I had no idea. So sometimes it just takes a metaphorical leap of faith to find where you belong. So the family I was looking for became family in so many ways. And so that was my homecoming to Gardnerian Wicca, for what that's worth. But I did it with purpose. I followed it.
It's amazing. It's interesting how like, yeah, I mean, it was your spouse's mom, like
I
that's.
had no idea. No idea. And today, even today, there are people in the tradition who are like, oh, you were dating not to be then. It was like nepotism stuff. And I was like, well, we met in art school in 2007. So, and this was later. I literally didn't know.
Right.
So it was just such a weird, one of those synchronicities in life. But
Interesting. And that actually brings me to a question I was planning on asking later, but you live in an area where you really, you got outed recently, they shared with me, and you were doxxed, and you live in an area where you're very much, I guess, the other, like, how is that experience being, being who you are in a very conservative county, in a state that is unfortunately not very progressive towards any certain human rights, and it's not heading in the right direction.
do you know how in small towns you might go to the grocery store and you see someone that your parents never even as a kid? It's like every other person you pass knows you somehow. Imagine all those people also wanted you to die. Wished you didn't exist. So I mostly order my groceries online because looking through a store, someone will approach me, and it's never pretty. All the houses around me camp out, and they have like hateful flags and signs and stuff pointed at my house. And they have like one of them will like pull the boombox out there every day and play sermons in the direction of my house. It's wild. It's wild stuff. I mean, I've had some ugliness. Like, a minister came to my door once with a gun and like quoted me that thou shalt not suffer a witch to live stuff, and I had to be like, you are trespassing and scary, so please go away. We need all of this. A couple weeks ago, we found our little free library had been vandalized. Someone had taken printouts of Mein Kampf and pasted it to the fronts of books. The police did not care. They won't file reports or anything, so, I mean, it's scary, it feels dangerous. It feels like you're one bad conversation away from an altercation you're not going to see the other side of, but.
How do you find the strength and the resilience to keep going? And
That is a very easy to answer question. Poverty? Who can afford to turn down a house you inherited in this economy? I can't afford rent. I do this for a living. This is my life. house, it's sort of tied up in a trust. I wouldn't sell it even if I could. And, yeah, so that's where I am. And honestly, in a lot of ways, I don't know if I can give them the satisfaction of leaving.
Mhm.
They spent my whole life trying to pin me for that place. You got me. Right here. Look at me every day. See me living my best life. And I know y'all are miserable because I watch you every day.
Right.
The best revenge I can have is being happy. And getting an nail in my pants really makes my neighbors mad.
Yes. I mean, you never know, there could be someone in that community that does look up to you, like
It has happened.
it has.
It has happened. Someone walked up to my door one day and there was a neighbor that was closeted and she's like, I just live on the street and I'm also pagan and I just wanted to say hi to you and I think you're really brave for having this pentagram flag in your house. Like, friends exist.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. So let's dive into your funeral, mortuary, mortician work. So I was kind of eavesdropping on the conversation you were having with Dustin and friends this morning. And I was like, well, I was gonna ask them about that. But so what got you into, what inspired you to enter into that industry?
Like I was saying earlier, there's this saying in the funeral industry that you get into it for one of two reasons. You either had a really good experience that you want to recreate for others, or you had a really bad experience and you want to make sure it doesn't happen to others. So I had a bad experience. Owing to my background and some other things that happened, my life was already death adjacent, but I had sort of channeled that into a lot of volunteerism. I've been volunteering for hospice pretty much since I was so 2000, 2001. But I hadn't quite taken it to that other place, and my grandmother passed away, and here I am trying to avoid my family, like taking some air, and the cemetery workers had jammed up the lowering device, and they asked me to help them. You never ask anyone, ever. Don't ask the bereaved to help you if there's a problem, unless it's an emergency, like a literal emergency. I'm bleeding, please help. But they asked me to come over and help lower my grandmother, and the whole time we were doing it, they were making comments about her weight, about how heavy she was, about how she needed an oversized casket, and just all this stuff. Just, I mean, it's like, I'm not standing here like all red-faced and crying beside you already. And they jammed up the winch and it released and just dropped her. The casket just into the bottom. It just really broke me. And then after that, and I didn't mention this earlier, but my family cared so little about this that she didn't have a headstone for well over a year. There was just like a little paper tag on the ground that had already been ruined by the rain and it's made me crazy, so I personally went and got her headstone. And then everybody's mad because they didn't like what I got. Of course. But it's like, there's not enough people who care about the dead, particularly if they're just outside of what you like. And I want to do that for someone. So that when some person didn't have anybody else, that they would have to be alone.
And so, one, are you still practicing, or are you still working in that industry?
That's a complicated question. So when I was doxxed, I was specifically added to the North Carolina Funeral Board, and the person who doxxed me called every funeral home in the state to tell them that I was gay and that I was a witch. And the funeral industry has a moral turpitude clause, and moral turpitude clauses are held to lots of industries, teachers and nurses and such. So, but they don't mean anything. There isn't a specific, this is the thing you did that triggers this. It could also just be, we don't like that you're gay, so we don't think that's moral and you shouldn't work in this industry. So I don't currently have my license. But it doesn't actually stop me from working. It just stops me from earning an income. I can't do my job as a career right now. But it doesn't mean that mortuary colleges don't call me to do lectures, which I do all the time, unpaid, and it doesn't mean that families don't call me in as an individual to service funerals, which I do all the time. And it doesn't mean I don't get called by labs to process donors for free, or that I didn't do, pandemic frontline work, or all those kinds of things.
Mhm.
So the funeral board is 5 cishet white men. They are all, every single one, a Baptist ministry. And they just don't like that I exist, so they make it so that I can't work in funeral homes. I can't have a job in a funeral home. But they will happily take advantage of making me work for free because they know I'll do the work because the work means something to me. I also teach continuing education for the state, so they host me on their own website as a source of continuing education for free as well. But, yeah. Seems a little corrupted.
So, we'll switch.
Yeah, spend a lot of time talking to senators. The
Mhm.
funeral industry should be deregulated. It self-regulates. They regulate themselves.
Mhm.
And anywhere that an industry regulates itself, you will have problems. Power corrupts, absolutely.
Wow.
Incompleteness.
Wow. How often do you find that you're able to, now granted, I know it's North Carolina and I know like the county you're in, have you ever been able to like combine your work with, you know, the dead and funerals and your practice?
Yes, that's one of the things they don't like about me is I always make it hard for my friends. I'm very, very open about being a witch in the funeral industry. I'm very, very open about how the industry is Christianized and needs a new, fresh pair of eyes on it. I talk about that a lot in my first book. I talk a lot about how funeral homes should be more educated in the needs of other faith groups. That's the focus of much of my continuing education, all those things. And people starting to know in the state that if they are other, that I'm someone they can call to help with their funeral. So I get a lot of that and assist with, you know, home burials and stuff.
Nice. Awesome. So when you were telling me about everything at your booth on Friday, I was fascinated, especially with the topping board, spirit board that you made out of what, it's like a 300-year-old casket?
It is, I have it with me actually, it's hiding in there. Pull it out, but, I think necromancy is inherently recycling. Talk about that a bunch. Necromancy is one of those words that we have to take back. It doesn't mean what people think of. When you hear the word necromancy, you think of someone surrounded by a green glow with like skull collarings and Diablo or something. And that's fun, and I love Diablo, and it's fun playing the necromancer in there, but it doesn't have anything to do with anything. When we say something has been demonized, we literally mean it has been demonized, and we're actually referencing necromancy when we say that. It's kind of funny, but in the 15th century, several Catholic popes wrote grimoire, which are considered primary sources, but they aren't actually. We'll be very blind for us to do right now, but they're considered primary sources for necromancy, but they're written by someone with anti-pagan bias, and they're considered to be a form of propaganda because they're very salacious in how they describe the practice. One of them talks about, and I always say he's so funny, not literally, I'll be back to that, but it describes like, okay, go dig up somebody. But you have to do it on Christmas just before midnight mass. And you have to take their femurs specifically, or walk backwards all the way to the church, and then go in the front door. This is the funny part to do. You have to just throw the femurs in there. You just lob them in. And then you have to walk backwards out of the church for 5,298 steps, which somehow is supposed to land you back in the gravy dug somehow, and then you're supposed to lay down in it, and then you'll see the ghost of the person you dug up, and that's like so many steps.
That's a lot of work.
That's work. But he describes it too, you kind of get the sense someone made that up to make people sound like they were doing something ridiculous. Right, so we probably shouldn't cite it.
Right.
If you go back to the ancient Greeks or the ancient Chemists, which is the proper word for Egyptians. Fun fact, we started calling Egypt Egypt when that wasn't its name, and we did it so much they just changed the name of the country. So that's a weird level of stuff we did at one time.
Nice.
So ancient Chemists and ancient Romans, ancient Greeks, they used words like that in a really particular kind of way, and Greeks and Egyptians played nice neighbors for a good minute. There's a lot of crossover there. But, necromancy was really used as a term to define anything that has something to do with death. So if you were a mortician, you were a necromancer practicing necromancy. If you were a clergy person, providing funerary rites, you were practicing necromancy. If you were doing divination with ghosts of the dead, you were a necromancer. If you made goods pertaining to the dead, you were a necromancer, and so on and so forth. So it's a very all-purpose word that just talks about this. So make it be that again. Use a bunch appropriately. So coming back around, I think that necromancy is inherently about taking something that doesn't have a life anymore and giving it a new one. The sneakers I've been wearing all weekend are necromancy because they're made out of recycled water bottles. We've taken something that doesn't have a purpose and we'll give it a new one. We reanimated it, brought it back from the dead. There's a ton of waste in the funeral industry. We rent caskets for cremations, for example. If you were going to be cremated, you'd be cremated in a cardboard box probably, unless your family very specifically wanted to spend $2,000 to burn. If you want to burn $2,000, you can have a casket for that. But most people will rent a casket for the viewing for a couple $100. You will be displayed in it. Your cardboard cremation container is down in it. The end actually flaps open and we can slide it in and close the end. We just hide it under fabric. And then after the viewing is over, take it out and take it to cremation. And then it's there for the next family, and it's very helpful for low-income families. Very, very helpful. And when they are no longer in use, which can mean a couple things. It could have gotten scratched up a bunch. It could have gotten stained. Somebody spilled porn on there or something. Or it could be out of fashion because there are styles and caskets that come and go over time. What's popular? Right now, everybody loves metal caskets with wraps.
My great uncle was buried in a casket, a metal casket with wraps.
Metal's portable and you can really style them. So if it's out of fashion, they might be retired. And when they're retired, they either A, go to a landfill, most likely, or if the funeral home is nice people, they might sell it super cheap to a low-income family, like $200 or something. People are also disinterred a lot. You don't think about graves getting moved. They happen all the time, every day, every single day. Maybe a corporation bought a bunch of land and they moved the whole cemetery. There are laws in the United States about what defines a body specifically because of Walmart. Walmart likes buying big swaths of land, so they lobbied for the definition of a human body to be changed. If they are skeletonized, which can happen pretty fast, if there is no meat on them, they are not human remains. They are property and can be moved. And that way they could buy land to a cemetery and relocate it with no problem. They can also literally just bulldoze it and not care. If people commonly know in a community that it's a cemetery, they'll relocate them. But otherwise they just turn it over.
So we need another reason to dislike Walmart.
I tell people all the time in the paranormal community, it's like, why aren't we investigating those places? Because like my local Walmart is sitting on what used to be a cemetery, and it's like, talk about some mad people in there. But when we move people, they get put in a new container because the old one isn't structurally sound anymore. So the second they're dug up, they immediately get moved because the bottom will fall out and stuff because they've been in the ground for 50 years. So all those also to the landfill. Landfill's full of used caskets every day, all day long, constantly. So I keep word out to different funeral homes, funeral directors I know throughout the country. And if they have one and leave it home, or they know it's going to be garbage, they know that I would love to have it, especially if they're interested in some life. So they'll call me and try and make a quick buck. I'll be like, you can have this for like $2,000. It's retail on your casket. And then I have to rent a U-Haul and probably drive across the country to fight some old conservative weirdo. It's always some weirdo on the other side of the story. Whoever owned the backhoe. Sometimes the craziest stuff. And like, I had one last, I will get much through voice. ADHD room.
Oh, you're fine. This is awesome. I'm sitting here like, more.
The last group I brought were the 300-year-old toe puncher, which was disinterred by a historical society. They were moving for preservation purposes. And I got a rental casket And the rental casket had a story attached that I didn't say too much about, we don't know who the deceased person was, but the funeral home was shut down in essence because they were not actually burying their remains. And this particular funeral home and this particular casket and a particular person in it had a story such that certain individuals who have museums in the paranormal community, wink nod, were trying to acquire it to put on display. And that was going to be very harmful for that family. So I specifically went with money I didn't have, like 3 of my friends helped me, and we outbid them at the auction. Because they put it on state auction because they knew that paranormal nerds would buy it because of the circumstances of what had happened. And this is
A
the
couple names are in my head as to who would try to buy that actually, so. Make a light.
Anyway, so I go and outbid this at like too much money just to get it away from them. And that's when I started making spirit boards from them. Because I thought if I broke it down and made it indistinguishable into something completely new, that it could never be held up as a symbol of something of her dead family. And it would give a voice to that deceased person that had suffered something, both in life and in death. So that was kind of the start of that project. I learned early on that if you disassemble a casket or a coffin, so they're irregular and it's not ideal. But I can cut 13 boards out of it, that if they are 11 by 15. So that came to be the size and that came to be the amount, and I always do them as limited editions. Just give them a new life, give them a voice when they didn't have one.
Yeah.
And that's really precious to me, and I was glad that I could do that. I don't charge for my labor in them, they're expensive because I must just divide up the cost of renting a new home and buying the casket. In the instance of the first one, I added a little bit to each, and then I took it and donated it to a charity that meant something to the person who died. Because I felt that was the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah.
So,
Nice. So tell me about your chosen name, or tell us, how did you come to that name? Because that is something I've always been curious about, because it's a very unique and it's a very beautiful name.
some of these folks asked me that yesterday, so
Nice.
that's a going question. You could be like that creepy guy that emailed me one time, just tell me what it means. It was like, it means more, tell us more. People always ask me if it's Mort something. One person called me Morty one time, and I was like, I know people that will dig a hole, put you in, do not do it. Never again. No, in my tradition, you take a name. It's traditional witchcraft, so we have Finnish witchcraft. And we take a name at first degree with different cues of voters when you're ordained. And the name, it's not like I'm like in the Jewish community, you take a new name religiously, it's simple. But the name is meant to represent something about you, something you want to hold up, and something that represents part of who you are. They're meant to be a gesture of what you stand for and what you're meant to be. And my birth name has the letters T-E-R-R-A in them concurrently. I have one of those long names, Welsh names. And it's a dead name, so I don't do that, but that means earth, of course. And Tellus is the deity of the earth. They're the first deity of the earth that you can do your research hole for. And I thought that putting Tellus in my name would be an honor to that little girl that I very much no longer am. And saying that I'm a whole person now, but that they will always be a part of who I am. Moors is the Roman deity of death. And if you look up statues of Moors, you will see that they are very much a man. But Moors is not a man. There came to be a point in Roman history where deities with important purviews like death or being a messenger of gods were reassigned to masculine deities. Hermes, everything Hermes does was originally Iris, but they reassigned what she does to him and made her the goddess of rainbows and flowers. Ew at that, gross. So Moors was reassigned as male, and all their statues were broken, and we went to a cart. But unfortunately, that's not how Latin works. The word will always be feminine, so when you write, it's always feminine. So we know from ancient writings and poems that she was a woman. But there's something different now, because that's how agriculture works. So Moors is not only a symbol of no longer considering myself a woman, but it's that symbol of death. So,
Thanks.
yeah. Curiosity satisfied. It's actually pretty weird in my community for Marians to let your craft name be known publicly. People are kind of superstitious about it. It's like, oh, the people power over you. I have more faith in people than that. And I also think it's just a weird superstition. Like, don't post a picture of your kids, though. Use those to curse your family. People aren't doing that. Pretty sure. You don't know.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure. But I took it as my preferred name and I made it my public name because when you're an author, you know this. You sort of have a responsibility to the thing you represent. And as a veterinarian witch and as a non-binary person and as a death care worker, giving that name to everyone was a symbol of vulnerability and humility and trust, and it's saying this is who I am and this is who I choose to be always, not just when I'm having circle and private.
So when you're approaching spirit communication, I want to hear a little bit more about your perspective with that, because I know like this beautiful gift you gave me, especially for like the wedding gift. I may or may not have the opportunity to communicate with a spirit by lighting one of the candles that they gave me. So you have a very, at least in the mainstream paranormal world, a very unique approach and practice when it comes to spirit communication. Do you want to care? Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I think when I see people out there doing stuff, it feels like a mixed bag. Either A, you have people in like the occult community, you see it more over there, where it's like, let us clear this house out and banish things and get rid of them. Why? Lived here longer than you. Maybe you're the bad roommate, what's your problem? People in the occult community don't like the idea of the dead for a reason I'll get back to. It's always like, I'll banish them, I'll board it in this place, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And that's because the dead don't play nice with that, ever. And that makes people in the pagan community feel vulnerable, because you want to be in your power as a practitioner, and you want to feel like you have control. But death is never something you can control. So when the dead are in your space, your instinct is, I'm going to assert my authority over this. You cannot stop that day from coming. Memento mori, remember you will die. Memento vivere, remember also that you will live. So that's group A. Throw them out on the street. Not into that. Super not into that. When I meet someone in the cult community determined to have a spirit no longer be in their house, I just invite them to come live in. Come on, honey, it's fine. Come on, it'll be okay. In the paranormal community, there's sort of this approach that's super clinical. It's kind of like the doctor that goes around doing rounds and they just like barely talk to you and leave. You feel like you didn't learn anything. You feel kind of gross about it. Let me ask you 5 questions on the shower girl, see if I'm not into that either. I think it's kind of impersonal in a sort of way. So a lot of my work is about, I don't know how to put it, but it's more like, remember that these are human beings that you're sharing space with. Like, treat them with the kind of humanity and respect and rapport that you want from that doctor. And don't get like ever. And knowing that this is their space, but also recognize that like they have agency here, and maybe they don't want to keep being here, and maybe they're sick of your shit, like showing up, asking the same questions all the time, over and over and over and over. Like the Bell Witch is one of those cases that has asked to consult on an investigation of the Bell Witch a while back, and the team going out there they're lovely people, they really are, truly. They'll recognize themselves as the witches there. And they were kind of really heavy-handed with the same questions people always ask the Bell Witch. You know the list, you can rattle it all from her. And it's like, did you read the case though? Really? Actually? The dad would obviously be using that case. The dad made up this story, and the dad is absolutely just making words up about a feminine person that already hurt. And you're just gonna keep going there, asking your poor child the same awful stuff and using the same language their dad used all the time. Can you imagine what that's like every day? Every day. Over and over and over again. You just have some compassion for what you have all the time to go into. Because that's the power of an effort, the power of an idea, to keep building up a story around something until that's all that it is. We do that to people every day. Every time you turn on the news and you hear a story about drag queens being child predators, you're building an ugly story around something so big that it becomes true in people's eyes. And that is wrong. We know that, but why do we do it to the death?
Because you can't feminist solve this law.
I don't even like the word ghost. I never use it. If you're reading my writing, you'll see that I just never talk. I open up with here's when I'm not going to use that one word. I use the word eidolon. It's a Greek word that defines an incorporeal manifestation of a living or dead. It could be human or animal. It could be a living thing that's affecting the world, like old things. Or it could be a deceased human or animal. The word ghost just defines something incorporeal, which could also include a lot of other stuff. Deities. I do not accept the reality of demons because it is demonization of faith practice. The origin of the word is from the 12th century and it simply means a heathen or false god. It's just Christians fixing something ugly on top of something they don't understand. So every time someone says demon, they mean pagan deity. That's what you ought to hear when you hear that word. So I don't like the word ghost because it renders them an object. You hear people say it is haunting. I went to investigate it. Ew. I don't want to know this of their life, of their humanity, of their soul, what they were, what they are. I just don't think it's very useful every time.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. This is good stuff. Have you ever run into a situation where you've brought or you've welcomed somebody home and they weren't quite so positive and they were more negative? Have you run into that?
Yeah, people suck. I tell people all the time. So you see in the paranormal community, it's like good or bad, but not enough malevolent or like other people or whatever. Who's defining evil, right? What are the ethics here? Ethics are defined by culture. You hear the word cannibalism and you think, oh no, that's terrible. But some Amazonian tribes practice under cannibalism and eat their dead because the idea of someone they love robbing a crown is cruel to them. So they come together as a community and consume their flesh so that they have been reintegrated with the community. They're still part of them. But then you have people from outside that culture come in and it's like, first. That community doesn't exist anymore. Do you know why? Colonizers came in and decided everything they did was evil and bad and told them how it was going to be. And most of them unalived themselves after having to watch their recently deceased loved ones decay. It was so horrible to them that they couldn't manage it. We made them not exist anymore by impressing our own ideas of good or bad on them. Eating a hamburger seems evil to people who worship cows.
Right.
We like to think we have a solid idea of what is right or what is wrong, but it is varied by perspective, and it's really important to understand. So what is good or bad for one person isn't going to be for someone else. Some people probably wouldn't be bothered by my parents halting the location and talking with them, but after they pass, I don't want them in my house. That would be bad for me. They have been evil to me. But there are lots of people in the world that think my parents are nice people, lovely members of their community. Perspective is really important. I was on a panel, I have a point.
Okay.
Coming back around. I was on a panel for ConCarolinas, which is a totally virtual conference. It's also totally free, and they're really nice people. It's in October this year, November this year, actually. They have a little tip jar, which is completely divided amongst the speakers, so check that out. Free plug for those fine folks. But I was on a panel, and one of the investigators brought out a device, and I don't remember what this device is called, but it's just like a little object, and it has a light inside, and it lights up red. It's the thing you're talking to is people.
Oh
And
my.
it lights up green if it is good, or blue. It's the two colors, and I was like, oh, stuff, you can put that in the trash. Who programmed it? What defines that? Like, that object says there is one answer to that question. If you happen to be a Christian paranormal investigator, does it light up red if the spirit was pagan? What defines that answer? You cannot have that answer. So yes, dealing with people that aren't so great happens because people aren't very great. And your perspective on that matters a lot. Like yesterday's panel with Victoria J, they were talking about demons, and I was like, actually, I have a really different take on that, and that's not my experience with that at all. Because of course it isn't. Of course it's not going to be, ever. So something that is really frightening to them, to me, is like, oh, the deity's presence is really strong in this house. It's cool. It just feels different than it would offer. But I tell people, if you walk into a crowded place of a Walmart, if you try and point out to me the one truly evil person in it, or the group of truly evil people in it, you won't find one. Because the odds of encountering someone truly, like a Ted Bundy in Walmart, is so infinitesimal as to be worthless to count. But also, the odds of finding someone truly benevolent and good and just like completely wholesome, Florence Nightingale, or they probably also suck, you know, are also infinitesimal. You cannot count it. Because people are all kinds of things all the time. We're complicated creatures. We're good on some days and ugly on others. And you make choices you regret, but does that make you evil? Like doing one dumb thing one time? Probably, unless you're out murdering people a whole bunch of, I don't know, So I mostly just think that spirits are some flavor of crappy gray like the rest of us, but so I don't get a lot of that. But I think there are spirits that are bad for some people. In the United States, lots of people wind up with the remains of people who were not great for them. Because of how next of kin works, you might be given the remains of someone who was your user, for example. Maybe you were a victim of domestic violence and your spouse is in prison and you might be divorced, but you might still legally be their next of kin if they die. You might get their remains. Maybe you had abusive parents and you're their only kid. You're getting them. Maybe you're the oldest kid like myself. I'll get my parents' remains when they're dead. I'll be next of kin for them. It'd be my job to stand up for them when they die. And I'll do it because that matters to me. But also throw some lead in their grave so they'll stay in it. You can stay in there. Now, welcome to my house. Eternity can find you after I'm dead. Right, so when people have those situations, which I encounter a lot in the funeral industry, it's like, what do I do with this? People aren't comfortable just getting rid of them or destroying them or scattering them sometimes because we have complicated feelings about people who have been horrible to us even. Like your parent could do the worst thing in the world and you're still gonna cry when they die and mourn something you didn't have. You will have disenfranchised grief, we call it, which can be very, very complicated. So you've got these remains and you think, I can't scatter those because I'm not doing this. But also I'm not gonna flush them down the toilet because I'm a superstitious human. So people know that they can send them to me. And I have 2 big old shelves in my office where I just sit their box. I tell them if they want them back within 3 years, come get them. I don't promise that a tornado won't tear up my office. So I can't make you promises, but they'll be there. And if you don't want them after that span of time, I'll scatter them for you and tell you where they're at. That kind of thing. And it's a worded space, so they can't leave. If I were to die, the laws dictate that for the natural lifetime of any and all of their victims, they cannot be released from space. Unless they have achieved enlightenment such that they understand and are remorseful for the things they have done. So they have just like a wall of households.
Yeah, I'm not that.
Most of them are remains that were sent to people from prison. People die in prison, it's a crapshoot where they wind up. If you wanna see a funny take on that, there's this movie I love called Gingerbread. Has anybody seen it? Oh my gosh. Okay, so it stars Gary Busey as a gingerbread cookie, which is awesome.
Oh, I've seen that movie. Oh.
And it centers around like a serial killer dying in prison. They leave their remains to this person they had wanted to murder or something. But they own a bakery and they accidentally bake their remains into some cookies and one of them becomes alive and is Gary Busey. So there's
Oh my God. Are there any questions for Mortalis?
really? The silence. Just makes-
Actually, I had a question, but I think listening to you talk, because I've been to a couple of your panels, I think it's kind of been answered. I've read your bio, and I know you have degrees in education and fine arts, and I was going to ask you how those were all incorporated, because you and I have a very similar life path, and I believe in education and in continuing to learn up until the day you can. But hearing you talk, I still like to hear your answer to see if what I'm hearing is.
I think it'll be easier if I start at the beginning. By the beginning, I'm way further back than you want. But because of my parents' beliefs, one, we do not have access to media of any kind, like radio, TV, etc. When I was a kid, though, my dad did take me to see one movie, which stands out to me because, one, why did he do that? That was so discordant with my life. But also Superman 4. And I had never seen a movie ever of any kind, but I knew it was not good. That is not a good film. It's famously garbage, actually. So, no media, Superman 4, a lot more no media. No wonder I'm weird, but yeah, so we didn't have access to stuff like that, and they didn't believe that girls, I very use the word, should be educated. Boys in our church went to school or got vaguely proper-ish homeschool education. The rest of us were like, even though you iron laundry and cook, right, that was kind of our thing. I taught myself to read from a copy of the Cooper's William Shakespeare that I stole from a local antique shop. Many years later, I went back to give them money for a day of clothes down a long time ago, so weird my tiny self up and down, but still, but I had nothing, needed something. So that taught myself to read, and then kind of scraped my way back. I wasn't a curious person, and then the fact that they tried to keep me from learning anything always stuck in my craw. Like, I was such a curious kid, and I wanted that so badly. Like, I just enviously looked at buses when they went by. I wanted whatever that was. So learning things was this rebellion for me. It still feels rebellious. The way it feels probably for people to like break into places or whatever. Like, look at me getting a new dumb certificate on the internet, but I don't need it. I'm certified locksmith. I have a bartending certificate. Like, I just go learn stuff because I can. I have a notary. I'm a stenographer. I just take certifications for fun. That's it. When I ran away from home, I had no education, no diploma, no anything. You cannot get a job. So I joined the carnival. I traveled with the carnival for 10 full years. I still have my ID card from the carnival. And the first thing I was set to do for the carnival was face painting. And I really liked it. I liked to paint. We didn't have crayons as a kid. There's a weird like anti-art sentiment in conservative communities. Like, that's because Lucifer as an angel is a patron of the arts. They believe that art is demonic. Wow. So yeah, we never had art supplies. So painting kids, it was bringing kids joy, which like gave me some healing, and I really, really loved it. It was just fun. So that's what I did, and it's primarily how I made a living for the first 10 years after I ran away home. And I super got into special effects makeup at a point, and done makeup for some B movies. I have this whole other life where I've done like horror cons, and it's like, oh, makeup person from the thing, but I'm not going to give you my name for that. Sadly, they shall not collide. But, I could not do anything but get a GED, which made me mad. I was mad about that. It kind of pissed me off. Like, I have to get like this lesser thing that looks like I'm a flunky, and when I can choose this for myself, right? So it just didn't, and I couldn't get an education until I was at least 25 because you need your parents' financial information, and there are no exceptions for this. If your parents don't want you to go to college, good luck to you. So we figured it out and made cash under the table at 15 for the carnival at that time. Tell me a living. And when I turned 25, I found a local community college, one of those like fly-by-night operations, and handwrote a transcript, like a homeschool transcript, just like made up stuff. Sent my parents' name to it, put it in an envelope, sealed it with stickers, and then on it because they have to be sealed. And I hoped they never opened it, because in North Carolina, if you get a degree, even if the basis for it is fictitious, they cannot take it from you. And I knew if I got any degree at all, I could then go on and get more education that I wanted. So the only thing they offered at the time that interested me at all was graphics and advertising. So I took graphics and advertising. I've been face painting all this time, I elected it out, not. You would think I would have fallen down the aesthetics rabbit hole, but I didn't. And after that, I thought, I'm enjoying art. It's a fun and healing part of my life, and it's wholesome. So I wrote an essay to Savannah College of Art and Design, which is a bougie private school that I could afford. And they really loved my essay, so they flew to me, where else I wound up. And they gave me a full ride scholarship.
Wow.
That's how I got a bachelor's degree in arts and studied painting. So I paint a lot. I secretly have like I said, this whole other art life. But all this time I'm doing all this other stuff, right? And my grandma dies toward the end of that degree, and so there's that experience. I'm volunteering for hospice this whole time, and I'm training as a veterinarian, and there's like all these like colliding moments of my life. I've gotten out of this terrible marriage, and I'm with someone that just makes my world technicolor. And I decide after that I'm going to get a mortuary sciences degree. So you can only take that in Fayetteville, in North Carolina. You have to take your degree in your state, in the state that you want to work in. So that's Fayetteville, where I don't live. So I had to drive there.
That's a drive too.
The whole time. That's madness. So mortuary sciences, I'm doing that, and right toward the end, I realized that between my varied experiences, I had almost enough transferable credits for the other degree. I just needed like a few more classes. So on a whim at the end, I got an exemption from the dean to take the education degree. So I took 29 credit hours in one semester so that I could receive that degree. It was kind of awful.
Yeah.
I was also driving to Fayetteville for it from Marion.
Oh, wow.
So all of that was killing me at one time. So yeah, that is why I have 4 college degrees and no high school diploma, no elementary school or high school education whatsoever. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Yes. Wow, that's awesome.
Wow. Nice. Cool, well, we are at time, so tell everyone in our viewers, hi, where they can find you for the rest of today and after.
Well, I made friends with the CCTV folks this morning. I think they're going to add my web address to this. But if not, you can go to www.mortellus.com, or if you search A Crow and Be Dead, basically anywhere you'll find me.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for being here in ConCarolinas, and thanks for this time, this lovely Sunday morning. So, and thank you all for watching.
We need to make an excuse to actually hang out.
I know, right?
So when are we doing, like I said, when are we doing an investigation? That's what we need to do.
Well, I'll take them to traffic when I get it. Saturday nights for us.
I didn't get to tell everyone, but if we have 5 more minutes. So, I say medium because I don't have a better word, but I'm not actually medium. I'm not on the notice like I've just been dead a bunch. It has not historically stuck at all. So I just joke that I'm still a little bit dead after I woke up from a coma and being dead for 28 minutes. I could just do that. But the best way I can describe it is, have you ever looked out a screen door or a screen window? You can look straight at the screen if you want to, but mostly you just look through it. That's what it's like for me all the time. And people sometimes ask me which one is the real one to me, and it's not the one that would make sense. So, an actual psychic told me once that I always had one foot in the grave, and that's why I can talk to you and see the dead. So.
I had a couple brushes with death and someone told me similar, like that's why I'm into this and why this is the world I'm in. So.
I think it does attract people who have had near-death experiences in particular because you've touched it and now you're curious about what is waiting for you. For me, I got to wander around in it for a good long time. The thing about being dead was, to me, I lived a whole lifetime down there. That's very discordant in my brain, but when I look back on the time when I was dead, it was many, many years. It was like this incredibly large span of time. So from the moment I went to the hospital, the last moment I remember being conscious, to the moment I woke up, which was actually 4 days later, feels like 30 or 40 years. So in my mind, I feel actually quite older than I am.
Yeah.
Because I had that whole life. It's I'm describing this daily, but.
Oh, you're describing very well.
Yeah.
Well, you've done so much. I mean, so many people don't accomplish half of what you have in their entire lifetime.
Well, that's my way of sticking it to the man.
I understand.
I'll learn a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Next week, you'll discover I'm learning gunsmithing or something. And I saw, that certificate's $30. I'm doing it. I have a whole wall of them, like I'm a Kodak certified 1-hour photography developer.
Oh, that's fun.
Wow, that's fun.
I just do stuff.
Have certifications.
Life is short.
And all the free time. Let's say, and you were a parent too.
I
So-
am, yeah. Like 25-year-old.
I taught preschool. Yeah, I think bless you.
See, this is like my imposter syndrome because I feel like when I talk about my life, it looks like I have rap.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
And it's like, people
Love that.
I think this is weird.
They are all over the place.
And some of them are really bad. If you look me up online, I have a Patreon. I'm trying to like bury my blog behind where AI can be given. But they are available for free and have $1 cards that people can. But if you go in there, I talk about that a lot in every book. And you can also just email me and stuff. This would be like a whole bunch. And
Well, that's the thing, I know you have another panel, but,
on ADHD, and I really do not want to be late. I feel
I'm
like
actually,
that's
I'm
bad
going
precedent.
to that one. We'll see.
We're all going to that one, so let's go.
Yeah, of course.
Sure, sure. Someone lead the way, I don't mind it. It's all the way down.
That you can get a famous from the CCTV episode where we talked movies. I did a very long movie rant about hidden movies. They never go to no comment in the movie. They talk about the whole movie. It's like the bridges in Aston County. They just talk about it. They never actually get to the bridges. We're doing and there's a good chance it's 34. See, this is where the meter was. So that right there, what you see on the screen is them, what they're running.
Hey, look, I look skinnier on that camera.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Probably not when I sit down because it's nothing but boobs and that makes me look bigger than I am.
What is the bulk road? Sleepy. That always Doesn't matter, we need to win at school.
What I was saying was, but you, sometimes I feel like most of my friends would think
That's seriously.
Good morning, everyone. While we're waiting for our special guest to arrive. Y'all having a good time? Yes. Hey, Sharon.
They're cutting line for coffee, so sorry about
Oh,
that.
gotcha.
Gotta have coffee. Absolutely coffee.
Oh, I had everybody in the building running to find my Pepsi. Okay, right. But he might as well be everybody in the building.
Well, Ray told me to give the moderator a hard time, so
Yeah, yes, you know.
how are you doing this morning?
I am fantastic. How are you?
Good. It's been a good con.
It's been a good time. Y'all had a good time? Woo! Good. I love the costumes. Awesome.
Nerds.
Yes. There are kind of people.
That's right.
So, Miss Sherilyn Lambeth, you
Yes.
have been a part of our Con family forever.
Ever since the beginning, the first ConCarolinas in 2002.
That is fantastic, and you barely missed any of them since then.
Barely, yeah. There've been a few I've missed for work or with other conflicting events, but I think I've made most of them.
Almost
Even over all the different hotels that we've been at.
It's been quite a ride,
Yes.
and you have quite a career. So first, you had the successful puppet workshop yesterday.
Day before, yes.
Day before?
My puppet
What
workshop.
day is it?
I know, right? Yes.
And I'm still gonna get those puppets from you.
Oh, yes.
Got to. We will get together.
We will.
So how did you get into publishing?
Well, like most people of our generation, I grew up watching the Muppets, of course.
It's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. Everybody. Okay.
No, believe me, I used to do that all the time. And of course, always loved, Kermit and those characters and everything. But honestly, it wasn't until the movie Labyrinth came out and I saw that I was just fascinated by the creatures and the special effects and the puppets, because here in America, we always think of puppets as being for kids. They mostly kids. And Jim Henson tried to break that mold with movies like Dark Crystal and Labyrinth. And while they didn't do very well at the beginning here in America, they took off in Europe, and now both of those movies have cult followings. And they just did the reboot or remake of Dark Crystal. I've heard rumors they're going to try to do the same with Labyrinth. I don't know if that's true, but that was me. As a good friend of mine put it, Jimmy Henson and the others were simply out to amuse themselves, and we were just along for the ride. And I don't think I could put it any better. And I'm like, that looks awesome, and that is what I want to do. So, but unfortunately, there aren't really any schools for puppetry in America. The University of Connecticut is the only school that offers a degree in puppetry arts. And there is the Center for Puppetry Arts in Atlanta that teaches classes and workshops. And basically, I just picked things up as I went along.
Wow, fantastic. And I understand that there is a Guinness World Record.
Well, there is, but I discovered recently that, so last year I broke the Guinness World Record, the world's largest collection of finger puppets. I had 560, thank you. However, this year I discovered someone else has broken mine.
What?
However, not for long. It is game on. I have been slowly working at adding more and more puppets to my collection, and I had been anyway. I'm now up to myself 827, and so it's my goal. My goal is to get to over 2,000. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, wow. Keep holding these workshops.
Exactly.
That is fantastic. Now, that's one aspect of your career, but your career is multifaceted.
Lots of different things.
Can you tell us about Ghostbusters?
Oh, Ghostbusters, yeah. So again, kid of the 80s, grew up watching Ghostbusters, fell in love with it. But the interesting thing about Ghostbusters is Dan Aykroyd, who was of course one of the co-creators, is actually a paranormal researcher himself. He is interested in the paranormal, and he based a lot of the science and the gadgets and gizmos that you see in Ghostbusters on actual paranormal theory and research at that time.
I know that.
Yes. Yeah. So the theory being, if ghosts are energy, well then you should be able to make another energy lasso to capture them, and that's what proton packs came from. But I love the movie. I love the story. It was a great comedy, and my own Ghostbuster gear. It has kind of evolved into a group of my own now. I'm the team captain of the Southern Belle Ghostbusters. That's our car sitting out there, my car sitting out there in the driveway. There are two of my team members right there. And Ghostbusters certainly is, kids love it, adults love it. You rarely find somebody today who's like, oh, I remember watching that as a kid, and I loved it. So we certainly do a lot of events in that way, but I also like to call it my dog and pony show, and that it helps with my interest in actual parapsychology and research. And so I've gotten many of my good stories because people will see my Ghostbusters gear, look at me like, oh, I've got a story, and I know you'll believe me. And so I have gotten some really good stories out of that.
Our house was haunted until the remodel.
Really?
And I have not been able to bring my friend out, but
I would love to talk about that, yes.
Yes, I've even smudged for her.
That might, yep.
We'll talk.
Yes.
Okay, so let's segue straight into paranormal. Thank you for doing my job for me.
Yeah, the paranormal has always been an interest of mine too. My background, of course, is in film and TV and theater. I started out in theater, and pretty much every single theater you'll ever work at or be in or go to is haunted, or at least has a good ghost story. And in fact, I have a book out called Haunted Theaters of the Carolinas for people who are interested in reading theater stories. But theater people basically take it as par for the course. It's an occupational hazard, so to speak. There have been plenty of times where I've been working on something and items were moved. Or there was one show I was working on, I was actually working at Imaginon in uptown Charlotte. It's a fairly new building, but it's haunted already.
Wow.
And there was
So there goes the whole, it must be 100 years old.
Exactly. New buildings can be haunted. And quick story on that, the theory is the ground was broken for that building in 2005. And it's right next to the big 7th Street parking garage there on 7th Street. Well, the story goes that on the day of groundbreaking, sadly, a young lady fell to her death from the top of the parking garage. And they think it might be her that's there in the building. But there are stories, people have heard their names called when no one's there. They've heard a female voice say, hey, do you need help with that? Washers and dryers have turned themselves off and on. In one show I was working, I was doing wardrobe for a show. I'd taken a performer's jewelry. I put it in the box to be ready for the next scene. I turned away, and the cufflinks that I put in the box literally jumped out of the box and fell and rolled on the floor. I'm like, dang it, I'm gonna need that. So that my work in theater was kind of what got me interested in the paranormal, and I started doing more research on different ghost stories, different ghost legends. And that also segued naturally into my current real interest, which is we just had a great panel on it, cryptozoology, which are the weird creatures, like Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and I have some information for you about the Owlcat. It's, I'm really interested in cryptids. I want there to be a Bigfoot and I want there to be a Loch Ness Monster. But I have found that my work in puppetry kind of has both helped and hindered that, because as I always say, I'm not a professional creature scientist, but I am a professional creature builder. And so I know how the evidence can be faked. And I have not seen any really convincing video, or as I was saying on our last panel, I could tell you 50 different things about the famous Patterson Bigfoot film that make me think it's a guy in a suit. So that has both helped and hindered my studying cryptozoology.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna backtrack
Oh,
here,
okay, absolutely.
back to the paranormal,
Yes.
as in the spirits and ghosts and stuff. And I imagine everywhere you go, somebody says, my house is haunted, my work is haunted, or my grandma speaks to me, something like that. Do you encounter that sort of thing
Yes. Oh yeah, quite a bit. Well, especially when people find out you're you're into studying parapsychology, the paranormal realm. You do get a lot of really good ghost stories. And I tend to think a lot of ghost stories, as with cryptids, as with other parts of the paranormal, it's normal things in abnormal circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I work with the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society. We have our table there in the hallway. And we're very healthy skeptic believers. We're skeptical believers. We will go in and be like, well, the tapping noise you're hearing on your walls is this tree branch that's right outside your window. That's what's causing that. You've got some faulty electrical wiring. And there's been a lot of scientific research showing that high levels of electricity and electromagnetic energy can cause feelings of paranoia, can cause feelings of there's somebody else in the room there with you.
Really?
Yeah. So there's a lot of research done on that. And so we go in and try to determine everything that it might be or might not be. And then when you've eliminated all of the natural, like electricity and branches and squirrels in the attic and things like that, then you can say, all right, now we don't know what this is.
I have been accused of bats in the attic before, but all right, that's really very interesting. And I have heard rumors that this hotel has a friendly spirit, or a spirit.
I have heard those rumors too, and I can't remember which room it's supposed to be, but apparently one of the rooms is inhabited by someone who also fell to their death from a high floor here and onto the patio below. So I can't remember which room that was supposed to be. I do understand that the room itself is supposed to be haunted, and in fact, one year we did a paranormal investigation of that room, trying to see what we could find. I don't think we found anything, but yes, I have heard that story as well.
I remember actually you sharing that story
Yes.
with me. That may have been where I heard it. So yeah, this is really fascinating, and I think that almost everybody can relate to feelings of something not quite normal.
There's something strange in the neighborhood.
Yeah, something like that. So I think everybody relates to that. So puppets to Ghostbusters to paranormal, and let's go ahead and talk cryptids.
Cryptids, yes, we just had a great panel on cryptids. We weren't really sure folks would be there because it's 9:00 on Sunday morning.
Oh, last day of con.
Last day of con, but we actually did a really good turnout. We had a good discussion. We were talking about, cryptids, of course, are weird creatures like Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, and all of that. And
Chupacabra.
the Chupacabra. North Carolina has its own version of the Chupacabra, called the Vampire Beast of Bladenboro.
I have never heard of that.
So Bladenboro is this tiny little town right outside of Wilmington, North Carolina. And back in the 50s and early 60s, they started having incidents of livestock being killed and mutilated, of other animals being killed and mutilated. And they were literally, looked like they'd been torn apart. And some of the more fanciful stories claim that they were sucked dry of all blood, which is where Vampire Beast came from. Now, people started coming from miles around. Jason actually told a really good story about that too. How people came from miles around to try to catch this beast, to the point where Mayor was like, "No, I was kind of making some of it up. We're good." But in reality, there really was a creature, something loose that was killing cattle and livestock, and they wanted to try to find it to protect their, the animals there. They found footprints of things. It was speculated it might have been a wildcat. It was also speculated it may have been. You hear this funny story all the time, but in this case, it was actually true. There had been a circus in Virginia where some of the tigers, the black tigers, I think it was, the rare black tigers, had escaped. And they thought that might be what it might have been, that they had gotten out and were killing the local animals for food. And anyway, they searched for this thing for years. Nobody ever actually found what it was, and the sightings dropped off. It hasn't been seen in decades. Now, of course, Ladyborough doesn't let that stop them. Every year they do a Boost the Borough Festival with Beast Fest and cash in on this thing. So,
Well, yeah.
never let a good cryptid sighting go to waste.
Right, and if I'm not mistaken, Bigfoot or some version of Bigfoot has been sighted in several places in North
Yes.
Carolina, including Uwharrie Mountains.
Yep.
That's not very far from here.
No, we do have our own several versions of Bigfoot. Actually, there's a story of mainly he was thought to be just a big hairy mountain man, but he was called Boojum. And they're thought so. Well, he may have speculated, given rise to some Bigfoot sightings. But I think our most famous Bigfoot is known as Nobby. And he lives up in the mountains, apparently. He supposedly has a sweet tooth. There was one story of a lady up in, I think it was either Wilkesboro, I can't remember exactly where, but she claimed that Bigfoot came and stole some cookies that she had put on her shelf, her window to cool. He apparently has a sweet tooth. There's a story of a man, this was in Cleveland County, who claimed that Bigfoot came and asked to borrow a cup of sugar. And he chased it off with what he called his get stick. Yeah, it's a get, and apparently ran off. So, yeah.
How did you are very knowledgeable about this. How did you segue into cryptology? Or wait a minute. How did you segue into this?
Yeah, well, and as with ghosts, I kind of discovered cryptozoology as I was
Zoology.
Yeah,
That's the part I left
cryptozoology.
out.
As I was doing study of ghosts. In my book Haunted Theaters, I talk about the Long Street Theater that's at the University of South Carolina. And there's apparently a story there, a ghost story, but I mentioned in my book it may not actually be a ghost at all. It might even be a cryptid, but it's a creature called the Third Eye Man or the Sewer Man. And back in the 1950s, the stories first started where a couple of students were walking along the, outside the theater, and they spotted what looked like a man hunched over wearing a silver suit eating a chicken. And when the creature saw them, it immediately scampered into the sewers that are under. There's a huge catacomb area underneath USC. A lot of it's blocked off, but some of it's still open. Well, this creature scampered into there, and a few months later, a campus police officer claimed that he was walking along and saw the exact same thing. And when the creature stood up and looked at him, it had a third eye in the middle of its forehead. So yeah, it's called the Third Eye Man or Sewer Man. It's in my book, but that kind of got me interested in the whole creatures. And I started looking at other cryptids and discovered that one of South Carolina's most famous cryptids has a family connection to me, the Lizard Man. South Carolina's most famous cryptid is called the Lizard Man, or the Scape or Swamp Monster. And it was apparently this huge lizard-type creature who was first spotted in the 1980s. Well, my mom, it was fairly recent, but my mom is from that area. My mom is from Lamar, South Carolina, which is right outside of Bishopville, where the creature was first spotted. And my uncle actually knew the sheriff at that time who took the first report of the Lizard Man. So I'm like, I wonder what I can find out from my family. But my uncle had been sending articles for me about the Lizard Man ever since.
That is so interesting. Okay, so all types of cryptids that had not entered my imagination before. How many stories do you feel like are credible, or do you think made up by 5-year-olds, or people wanting to sensationalize something for attention?
Well, a friend of mine at another cryptozoology panel once made a really good point, and he said, imagine you're a hunter out in the woods, and you're answering the call of nature, and suddenly a big bear comes crashing through the woods, and you scream like a little girl and run away. Like, are you going to tell people that you were frightened by a bear? Or are you going to tell people,
Yes.
a huge Bigfoot creature came stomping out of the woods? And so, stories do get embellished in the telling. But as I mentioned earlier, I think most cryptids are the normal animals in abnormal circumstances. And I told this story, there's a North Carolina legend called the Wampus Cat, which is a Cherokee legend. But there was a sighting of an odd animal at the Tyco plant outside of Raleigh just as recently as 2006. And I was kind of interested to note that in the interviews, people automatically jumped to the thought that, oh, it must have been a Wampus Cat. I'm like, really, it's interesting you would think that. Well, a state biologist came in and did some investigation and determined Samson fox, which is a type of fox that has a rare genetic condition that causes it to lose a part of its hair and makes it look really odd to us. I mean, we're not used to seeing that. So, obviously people would think something like that is, oh, this is a weird creature from, outer space or wherever.
Okay, I could see that.
Yeah.
And other sorts of genetic anomalies.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, and maybe our third-eyed
Third-eyed
guy was
sewer-
wearing.
Yeah, I got nothing on him.
Yeah.
The last sighting of him was sometime back in the 2010s. It hasn't been very, very recent. But he apparently wanders the USC campus.
That's just amazing, and there must be, I mean, if there are that many stories locally.
Yep.
There must be an unimaginable number.
We were just talking in our panel about some recent sightings in the Charlotte area of a kind of an owl cat type creature.
Owl cat?
That apparently people will come up and see what looks like a normal cat either crossing the road or sitting on a fence, and when they get closer to it, it sprouts wings and flies away.
Oh, it's Cece. It's Cece.
The ConCarolinas mascot is a cat now with wings, and it's called Cece.
Problem solved.
I thought-
we solved one.
I thought that too, but I remember hearing these stories. It's really not just in the Charlotte area, but I found out, and I think maybe you did show me the name, but it's called Elisa Wahuhi, and it's also a Cherokee
I was
legend.
gonna say that's an Indian name.
Lisa is actually Cherokee for cat, and I'm guessing that Wahuhi may be owl, but there is a story of an owl cat type creature, and people were talking on a recent podcast how they had just seen this thing. So, and I'm definitely going to dig a little more into that too, but it's interesting to note that we still have recent sightings of cryptids.
Interesting. And of course, the problem is with all the modern technology, why has there not been better evidence? But then on the other hand, with modern technology, like you were saying, it's so easy to fake.
So easy to fake. You may all be familiar with I don't even know what you call it, a cryptid, a ghost, a creature called the Slender Man.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, we know about the Slender Man. Well, the Slender Man was actually created by a photography group to fool paranormal investigators. That was its sole purpose at the time. And so, of course, stories and pictures, so it started circulating, oh, look, strange creature called the Slender Man. Well, now, in recent times, there have been some in the wild sightings and stories about a creature that sounds and looks remarkably like the Slender Man. So I have to wonder, did we create something out of thin air? Where is this now coming from? Or are people just trying to cash in on the craze? I don't know. A lot of these pictures are coming from people who are like, I was just walking through the woods and suddenly, there it is.
Wow. Interesting.
Well, if you heard the story, I'm sure of, unfortunately, the school children, the students who murdered another of their classmates because they said the Slender Man told them to do it. And, in that sense, cryptids, ghosts, legends become very real. Regardless of whether the Slender Man is out there, somebody thought he was, and they acted on it.
Well, okay, so that's gonna lead me in another direction. Are cryptids ghosts? Unexplainable events, are they for the good, for the bad, or like the rest of the world, a mixture?
I think it's a mixture. If you go on the theory that ghosts are the spirits of people who passed over as they were in life, so they would be in death. That's probably not likely to change. If someone was a good person in life, then it stands to reason they would be a good person, in death if they were still there. And, you hear stories many times of people coming back just to check in on their loved ones, to make sure they're safe, to keep them from harm. And I like to think that's very prevalent. There have been many times, and I don't know if it's just there, but there have been many times where I've definitely felt my grandmother's presence very strongly. So I like to think that maybe she's just checking in on me from time to time. But and then of course you hear the stories of the bad ghosts as well, the evil ghosts, those that try to cause harm to people. So I think it can certainly go either way. And I will say, except for some hoax sightings or hoax stories. I've not had, Jason maybe can correct me on this, I've not heard a single reputable story of a cryptid actually killing or hurting someone. Usually somebody claiming it was a cryptid, and it turned out not to be. So, in that sense, I don't know that it's something that to be concerned about or afraid of. I've certainly not heard of that.
Okay, and that's very interesting. The ghost at our house was a very welcoming, comforting presence, and we'll talk more about this, but she was very active when we first moved in. And then whenever we had somebody new move into the house, when we adopted our daughter, when we got a new pet, then she would be active again, kind of check things out, and then kind of fade away again for a while.
Yeah.
So it felt like she was keeping an eye on the house,
Yes.
and by extension, our family.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I can't wait to talk to you about
Yeah,
that.
I definitely want to hear more about that.
Okay, so that is fascinating. And with a normal guest, that would be the end of the interview. But we have Sherilyn Lambo.
But wait, there's more. If you act now, you'll also receive free this story.
Instead of Ginsu knives, we have Star Wars.
Oh, yes, Star Wars.
Even better than us Ginsu knives and last longer.
Yes, exactly. Oh, yeah, Star Wars. And again, like many of us, I grew up on Star Wars. And I was also immediately drawn to the costumes and the creatures and the special effects. And it was actually Star Wars that inspired me to go into the film and TV industry, because I'm like, that just looks amazing, and that's what I want to do. And it's still a dream of mine to work for Lucasfilm one day. I'm not quite given up on that yet. And in a way, I sort of have, through my work with the 501st, the Stormtrooper group, which of course started here in the Carolinas in 1997, and has been going strong ever since. We've got 15,000 members worldwide. We have a member on every single continent. We had a member in Antarctica. He was there with the Australian Royal Navy, and he brought his armor with him while he was stationed there, put it on, ran out, took a picture, ran back in. So we even had a trooper down there. But through my work with the 501st, I have gotten to do some amazing things. I work on all the Star Wars celebrations, the big Star Wars Geek Fest, as I call them. The last one was just in London, which was amazing. But I work with the group, Reed Pop and Lucasfilm, that do the logistics for these events. And in fact, in Anaheim, I got to do a puppet workshop, and in London, I got to do a puppet workshop with my puppets. I actually had to have one of my puppets that I created approved by Lucasfilm.
Oh, that's so cool. I saw that on Facebook.
And in fact, AJ made a Yoda Grogu puppet at my puppet workshop.
Oh.
And that was the one that I had to get approved. And I've been working with some of the people I know at Lucasfilm to see if I can do a book about, making Star Wars puppets. So if that goes through, I guess I would be an official Lucasfilm puppet maker. Oh, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. But I've gotten to the celebrations. I've gotten to perform on stage with Weird Al Yankovic.
That would be fun.
I love Weird Al. I'm a huge fan. But he would do the Star Wars parodies, and at different locations, on the tour, they would recruit some local 501st members to come up and be Stormtrooper background to the Star Wars songs. Sadly, you can't do that anymore. But those were amazing experiences because I love his music. I've gotten to travel to Japan, to Germany, just to London, working on Star Wars celebrations. I was one of the people in the 501st who got to be in the 2007 Tournament of Roses parade.
Oh,
I mean, George Lucas was the Grand Marshal, and they invited 200 stormtroopers from all over the world to come march behind him, and I was one of the lucky troopers that got to go. I got to go to South Africa to promote, and when Adidas was putting out their line of Star Wars gear, they wanted to do what they call their street activation. That's when they go and promote the new release. Well, we didn't have these 501st members down in South Africa at that time. So again, they put out the call for some troopers in the Darth Vader, and I was the lucky trooper that got to go to South Africa for 2 weeks.
wow.
And promote my gear. So yeah, I have gotten to do some pretty amazing things through Star Wars.
And in addition to the Stormtrooper, you might have one or two other looks. Would you like to share that?
I have several costumes in the Star Wars realm. I have a lot of Princess Leia costumes. Princess Leia belongs to that's a character that's with our sister group, the Rebel Legion, so I belong to that. But certainly what has recently become my favorite Star Wars costume is, we all may remember, the Star Wars Holiday Special. This year is actually the 45th anniversary of the Star Wars Holiday Special. How do I know this? I'm working on a documentary about it. Because it had, even though it was absolutely horrible, we all remember it, right? We've all seen it.
Wait, what do you mean it was horrible?
It's funny.
That's subjective.
When I was a kid, I remember being like, yay, Star Wars, and watching being like, oh, well, okay, that was all right. Well, fast forward years later with an adult eye, I come across a bootleg copy at a convention. I'm like, oh, I remember this. I should get this and rewatch it. So I got it, and I rewatched it. I'm like, this is awful.
It was.
Yes, it was. So, and I've been recently taking some film and editing classes. But one of my editing class projects is I took that horrible thing and re-edited it and made it and turned it into something much better, which honestly would not be that hard. But I re-edited it, kept the storyline, put in some new footage, shot some new things, and made a whole new thing out of it.
That sounds like something else I'd like to see.
Well, I'm hoping to be able to post that to YouTube in November because that will be the actual anniversary date. So.
Oh, okay, well, so mark your calendars for November for that. Okay, and in addition, so for that one, you have.
I have the Boba Fett, yes, I have the holiday special Boba Fett. That's one of my favorite costumes because it amazes me that people will recognize it. I've gotten so many times where there was one event we were doing, we were actually at the premiere of the last Star Wars film that came out, Rise of Skywalker, at the local theater, which we often do, and we're outside, being costumed people, and like, yes, come in and see Star Wars. Well, there was a restaurant across the street, and this guy who's not even there to see the movie, he was eating at the restaurant. He comes flying out of the restaurant, and he's like, I saw your costume from across the street. I love the holiday special film. Can I please get a picture? And so he did.
And did you ask him, have you seen it?
Oh, he had. Oh, absolutely.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I loved the holiday special when I was 9.
Yes. When I was that, yeah, I did too. Because, Star Wars, it was all the Star Wars we had at that time. Now, of course, there's Star Wars everywhere, and George Lucas once said in an interview, it would be his fondest wish to hunt down every single copy of the holiday special and burn it.
I have heard that.
Yeah, he had wanted nothing to do with it, and I can appreciate that. He actually really didn't have much to do with it. All he did was, sell the rights to use the characters, and I'm sure he deeply regrets it this time. But it actually has a cult following. I've been surprised to find that there are other people who fondly remember it, or who remember saying, yeah, I watched that as a kid, and it's stuck in my mind forever. So, it's interesting to note that even though it was terrible, people still remember it.
Well, and that's the thing, it is such a fond memory and a cherished part of Star Wars lore.
Yes, absolutely.
So sometimes even the potholes can be fun.
Exactly. Well, and Disney Plus just recently aired the animated segment of that. Right in the middle, there's the segment where you see Boba Fett for the first time. And Disney Plus, took that out of the holiday special and aired just that. So, I guess you could say that the holiday special Fett is now canon, is an official character.
That's interesting. Now, you just touched on, just a moment ago, about how Star Wars is everywhere.
Yes.
Star Wars has pervaded,
Pervaded, I think, is a good word.
pervaded was the word I was looking, Sunday morning of a con, folks. Sleep severely lacking. So, yes, my pet.
Yeah.
Where was I going with that? I do know where I was
Star
going
Wars
with
is
that.
everywhere.
It is. I kind of feel like
Yes,
Lucas has
exactly.
eyes everywhere. But it wasn't always that way.
No,
There was a period of time
the dark times.
with not only no Star Wars, but really no quality science fiction at all.
No.
That was,
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Star Wars, of course, came out in 1977.
May 25th,
May
maybe,
12th,
perhaps.
Maybe. Then, of course, Empire Strikes Back followed, and then as I mentioned, this is the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi.
Mhm.
And after Return of the Jedi, it was basically, yay, Star Wars, and then nothing. And we really didn't have much. So, the toys came out, there were books and comics and tie-ins, but there wasn't really a huge Star Wars revival until the special edition films were released in 1997. And, they've been remastered, they've been cleaned up a little bit, which in some ways, I could appreciate, it's George Lucas's sandbox. And who among us hasn't created something, whether it's a costume or a piece of art or something at one point in our lives, and a few years later we look back at it and we're like, oh no, I can do so much better on that now. And you take it and redo it and make it better. And that's exactly what George Lucas was doing. Star Wars was such a low budget film. And in fact, Universal turned him down twice to make that before finally 20th Century Fox was like, well, all right, we'll take a chance on this guy. And I'm sure somebody at Universal got fired over that.
And somebody at 20th Century got a raise.
Got a raise. But he didn't have a lot of money. And honestly, that was one of the things I really appreciated about the original Star Wars, even though it was out of necessity, the fact that everything looked old and used and worn and lived in for 30 years and nursed along and repaired, I think really added to the great reality of what the Empire had done to the universe at that time, the galaxy. And so that was one of the things I really did appreciate about the original Star Wars. Quick, interesting side note, there's actually, I can't remember if it's still a website now, there used to be a website called partsofstarwars.com, where you can go on there and look and see the different types of things they use to make the Star Wars props and sets and costumes. Like, you know, the communicator that Qui-Gon Jinn speaks into in Phantom Menace was a Lady Gillette razor.
Mhm.
So, you know,
Ice cream machine.
the ice cream machine, things like that. So, you know, it was interesting to note that they, you know, pros do things the same way we as fans do. They kit bash, they scour Walmart and Lowe's and Home Depot saying, oh, this will make a good prop for this. But yeah, again, it wasn't until about 1997 when the new ones came out, the interest in Star Wars came about, got revived. And that's actually how the 501st got started. Was our founder, Alvin Johnson, had just been in a really awful car accident that cost him his leg. He's an amputee. Many people don't even know that. If he's wearing long pants, you don't see it. But he said Star Wars, seeing Star Wars again, being reminded of the joy he had as a kid, was what helped him get through that really tough time. And that's how he started the 501st. And of course, over the years, more people were like, stormtroopers, I love stormtroopers, that's cool, I want to be a stormtrooper. And it's just grown and grown and grown since then. And I like to think, we like to think, that the 501st was part of what helped propel that along. Because an interesting bit of trivia in the third prequel movie, Attack of the Clones, or no, it's the second one, there's the third one, the big stormtrooper group, big clone trooper group you see behind Anakin getting ready to go in and invade the Jedi Temple are the 501st. And they were named after us, not the other way around.
Yes.
So which many people don't know. They were actually named after us. So I like to think, we kind of helped keep interest in Star Wars alive.
And isn't there a flag, kind of like
Yes.
the J.J. Abrams
In-
Star Wars?
Yep, in
And R2K.
And R2KT, which is another great thing that came out of all of this. In the first sequel movie of Star Wars, Force Awakens, there's the big scene where they're in the spaceport area, and there's flags, a row of flags on each side. Well, one of the flags to the side is the 501st flag. J.J. Abrams said that is a great little nod to us. So that's in there, and then of course, segue R2KT. R2KT is a pink R2 unit that has traveled the world as a goodwill ambassador. And she was actually created for Alvin's daughter, Katie Johnson, who had terminal cancer when she was 6. And they're like, oh, wouldn't it be great if we had an R2 unit to watch over Katie, just like Padme did, had R2 to watch over her. And so the R2 builders got together and with Alvin and created R2KT, who is a pink R2 unit, and she's a goodwill ambassador for Make-A-Wish Foundation and pediatric illness awareness. And she has also been in the Star Wars movies and was in Clone Wars. You see her pop up in the background of a lot of different places. So again, life creating art.
Yeah, that's really, and of course, the slogan, bad guys doing
Yeah,
good.
guys doing good.
It's an awesome slogan.
Yep.
And we may come back and revisit some more of this. Wait, there's more.
There's more.
Order now, and you will also receive free pirates.
Pirates, yes, I am also a pirate reenactor. I'm actually a certified stage combatant.
Wait a minute, you're a
I'm a
certified.
certified stage combatant.
What is that?
So there is two organizations. There's the American Society of the Society of American Fight Directors, and then there's Dueling Arts International. And both of these organizations are people trained with them and through them and get certified through them. They're the ones that you see in film and TV and things like that doing the fighting or choreographing the fighting.
Okay.
And I got my
I did
certification
not know that.
in quarterstaff dueling. Through a stage combat class, but I belong to a stage combat group called the Shadow Players. And we do choreographed sword fighting, which is, they're like dances, and that we practice long and hard to do these fights, like what you see in Princess Bride, what you see in all these other, in Star Wars, the lightsaber fighting, all of that is choreographed. And we do that at our pirate events. And I always like to say I'm kind of descended from a small time pirate. If you are all familiar with Murrel's Inlet, which was one of the stories, I'm not known for certain, but one of the stories
Out on the Outer Banks.
out in the outer, well, actually down in South Carolina.
Okay,
Near
sorry.
Foley's Island. But one of the stories about Murrel's Inlet is that it's supposedly named after John Murrel, who was a landowner and who later became a small-time pirate in the area. Murrel is a family name on my mom's side. We are descended from the Murrels. So, I like to say, well, I have kind of a small-time pirate in my background, and that would explain a lot. But yeah, we do pirate events all up and down the East Coast. We've been to Florida. We've been to Canada. We went to Canada. Who knew? But apparently they had lake pirates on the Great Lakes in Canada.
Oh.
And so we went and talked some about pirates there. But of course, North Carolina has an amazing pirate history. Everybody's favorite pirate son, Blackbeard, made several of his home ports here. There were quite a few other pirates throughout history that were very off in North Carolina. There's a lot of pirate wrecks off the coast, and we're known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. And there were a lot of shipwrecks off the coast. And a few years ago, of course, they found the Queen Anne's Revenge, the Blackbeard ship that he had scuttled there. So it all ties into the history, not only North Carolina, but of pirates. And we also talk about the history of piracy as well as the history of the weapons that we use.
And modern pirates are not nearly as much
No.
fun to learn about.
No, they're really not. And in all honesty, the actual pirates, they're very romanticized now. They were not good people.
What?
I know, right?
But Jack Sparrow!
Pirate.
Okay, so, let me see, we've covered puppets, paranormal, cryptids.
Yep.
Ghostbusters, Star Wars, pirates, and yet, there's more. So, from what I know of, and I'm sure there's more that I don't know of, I know you have other costumes from other franchises.
Cosplay was a thing. And I'm still, and I guess it's my generation, I'm still not really completely comfortable with the term cosplay, because at least for myself, I'm a professional costumer. I don't play at my costumes. This is my job. This is what I do for a living. So, and I totally respect the term and the people who use it. I'm just not comfortable with it for myself. But I really love, another one of my favorites is Marty McFly. I love Back to the Future, that franchise, and I've done Marty McFly several times. I really love the TV show Babylon 5 back in the day, and I was interested to see that they were thinking about doing an animated reboot.
That one's in the works
at
now.
that show. So I was really interested to see it. As a quick side note on that, J. Michael Straczynski also has a huge history himself in many different genres, the creator of Babylon 5. But here's a little bit of trivia for my fellow 80s kids, or 80s and 90s kids. Do any of you remember the early Saturday morning TV show Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future? That was created by J. Michael Straczynski.
Wow.
And there's actually an episode in it where they mentioned Babylon 5. So,
wow. Did not know that. I was, as you know, Ray owns a comic book shop,
Yes.
and I saw J. Michael Straczynski's name. Next year, we're doing this panel on Friday. I saw his name on comic books. And I said, no, is that the Babylon 5 guy? And Ray's going, I don't know, he writes comic books. I said, no, that's the Babylon 5 guy.
It is.
No, he writes comic. No, I'm telling you.
He's got really great career. He's done things for Star Trek. He's done things for other non-science fiction genres. I can't remember off the top of my head some of the other stuff he's written for, but he has a really big varied career as well. And so it's my dream to see him at a con. I actually have a game cassette of the old Captain Power and Soldiers of the Future game. And I'm totally going to take it and get him to sign it and see what his reaction is.
Okay, well, but back to, tell me about your costume.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Well, my Babylon 5 costume. So I like to cosplay Ivanova
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I pulled that off.
She was a very strong female character. That was one of the things I really appreciated about the show and about her. So that is one of my cosplays. So I'm glad to see it coming back. Maybe I can pull my Ivanova costume back out.
Yeah.
I was also, there was a gentleman in the costume contest who had a great original Battlestar Galactica costume, and that's another one of my loves. Battlestar Galactica was one of my first TV loves, and I still love it to this day. The original one, the new series got very dark for me, but I love the original and have several costumes from that.
Oh, really?
Which I may have to break back out. Leading into that was the old, the 80s show V. Again, the original V.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
original. Yes.
the original V, not the new one. I have a costume from that. I've got, of course, a lot of historical costumes as well, not just the pirate things, but other historical things that
I've
wore.
seen you with that Hamilton.
Yes, I did.
Alexander Hamilton, but you're George Washington.
Yeah, I did George Washington. Here's a funny little side story on that. Some really good friends of mine live in Yorktown, and I go and stay with them every Christmas. That's a tradition. But I took my George Washington with me because I wanted to get some pictures at Yorktown. Actually, at Yorktown. So I'm on the battlefield there, and people are coming up just out of the blue, like, "Oh my gosh, thank you! You're just George Washington in Yorktown." Okay, thank you. So yeah, I got some really good pictures there on the battlefield at Yorktown in my George Washington, which is cool. And again, it also goes back to the history. It really kind of inspired me to learn more about the history of Yorktown, the American Revolution, and the history of our country, actually founding our nation.
Yeah, which it's not actually taught.
Yeah, well, and it really is difficult, and actually leading into one of the other really quick things I do, one of my 3 million jobs, because I work in the gig economy, is I work at a historic museum in Charlotte that's haunted for one thing, but it was also unfortunately a former plantation. And it's difficult to interpret history many times because you absolutely want to be respectful of the people who come and visit your site. At the same time, you also want to be respectful to the people who lived there long ago and their stories. And so, it's a very fine line to walk, trying to make sure that you are being as true to it as you can be.
Yeah. And there's still so much more. I do want to talk Harry Potter really fast.
Oh, yes.
I love that you can costume yourself as an old white man and a young little kid. and Marty McFly.
And Marty McFly.
And a Ghostbuster.
And it goes,
And Princess Leia.
Labyrinth. That's one of the things I love so much about costumes. It's for me, there are some characters I do find that I identify with. I really did identify with Ivanova because, again, I thought she was a really strong woman in a field that was not necessarily open to women or not, friendly to women. And so I really loved her character. But for me, the joy of my costumes and cosplay is turning myself into something I'm not. And one of my favorite costume stories is, this is also one of my favorite costumes. I have a ring wraith costume from the Lord of the Rings, but I also have a horse puppet that goes with it. And so I'm on stilts. I've got this horse puppet around me, and it literally is the size of a small pony. It's almost life size. So, and I'm, I've got fake legs hanging over the end and, robes and everything draped over it. So it literally looks like a ring wraith on a horse. Wow. And I was doing a photo shoot in a park to get some professional pictures of it, and somebody stopped me like, oh my gosh, I thought there was an actual horse sitting there. But at Dragon Con one year, I was wearing it, and this was right after Adam Savage of Mythbusters had worn his ring wraith costume to San Diego Comic-Con and made a big deal out of it. So I had one guy come up to me and say, all right, I just have to ask, Adam, is that you? And I'm like, no, in my nice little girl voice, no, sorry. He's like, oh, okay, but still well done. So yeah, I love being able to turn myself into something that I'm not. And that's the challenge of looking at a costume and going, all right, how do I make this work so that I can pull this off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do, you're right. I have quite a career cosplaying teenage boys, apparently. Harry Potter and Marty McFly and Robin is in Batman and Robin.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And I've been working on William S. Preston Esquire, Bill and Ted. So yeah.
All right, and we could go on and on for another hour, but we only have a few more minutes. And I definitely want to talk about your other professional, like your film and screen career. We need to cover that, and we also need to talk about what's next.
Oh wow.
So, you take us the direction we're going now.
Well, and really quick, I've been really fortunate to have a really varied film and TV career. You know, North Carolina used to have a huge film and TV industry.
And we'll talk about why not.
Yeah, so Margaret introduces my granddaughter, this is my granddaughter. I'm right behind her. I'm walking into the synagogue with others behind her. So I'm working on. I'm trying to finish up my book, Art of Your House, and recreate it. So I started doing that, and I had so much fun with it. I'm like, I want to keep doing it. And realized that as professional costume and prop builder, I had a lot of costumes and props to be able to actually really recreate these things. So, I started doing one-offs, like the girl with the pearl earring and some other single ones, and then started moving into two. I fortunately have mad Photoshop skills, which is one of the things I also use in my study of the paranormal. But I started recreating pictures where I put myself in pictures with myself. Like Raphael's Cherubs was my first picture that I did of myself with myself. And as things went on, friends and I were like, we'll do this one. We'll do this one. And one year for the Easter holiday, I recreated Da Vinci's The Last Supper. And I had every single character in that picture.
And that was amazing.
Thank you.
I'll zoom in. That's Cher.
Yeah, that's all me. And basically what I have to do, because again, you're locked down, it's just me. I'd set my phone on, I'd get the costume going, I'd set my phone on the timer, I'd run, I'd take the picture of the pose and run back and see if it looked good. And more times than not, it didn't. So I'd have to do it again. But I really enjoyed doing that one. And then a friend of mine was like, I bet you can't do Washington crossing the Delaware. And I'm like, I bet you I can. And I did. And that's actually my favorite one so far, Washington crossing the Delaware. And again, it's all me.
And you've gotten some recognition for that too.
Yeah, since I've got this book deal through Corona, through Perspective Press. I've had quite a few news interviews about it, and newspaper interviews about it. So yeah, it started going, and I haven't been able to keep it up just because what we're doing was always actually in. There's a spin-off TV episode of Legacies. I played Elsa Einstein.
That was fun.
That was fun.
We couldn't announce it last year. She says, I'm doing this. And I'm thinking, tell me what I can tell people.
And I'm only in the first 3 minutes, but you can see me in active speaking roles, so I'm technically eligible for SAG membership if I wanted to. So I can speak Deutsch. Yeah, in Deutsch, and I got the part because I can speak German. I had to do my audition in German, and so I was like, heck yeah, I got this, and I got the part, and it was really interesting to me because they were shooting when the pandemic was still going on, and all of the different, COVID things that they had to do. You had to be tested, you had to wait for, I had to be there for several days longer than normal to not really quarantine, but to make sure, things were still good. You were separated from people. You wore your mask until the last minute and you got on set. So that was kind of an interesting, almost weird dystopian time to be working there. Now things, of course, luckily, very fortunately, are easing off. But I keep getting auditions. I haven't landed anything big yet, but I keep hoping.
When would you have time?
Well, they're getting ready to do a reboot of Harry Potter on HBO, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what the auditions for that are. So, hope springs eternal.
Yes, well, Sherilyn Lambeth, multi-talented, multifaceted, so much fun, and of course, a wonderful friend.
Oh, thank you. Same.
And we love you here at ConCarolinas, and I love you, my
I
friend.
love you
And
too.
thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming on the Sunday morning panel. I really appreciate it. But, thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes, and so much more.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I do have puppet kids for you.
Okay.
And yeah, so I was telling Jason, we were talking about this in the panel. We saw Welwyn.
That is the,
That was the name,
that
yeah.
was the word.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna repeat it.
Yes, and it is a Cherokee legend. It's in Lisa's Games for Cats. But it's not just in this area. Apparently it's been seen all over.
Yeah.
Okay, so fun fact, although I'm a member of the Barnhart Nation, I'm Cherokee too.
Oh, really?
Yes, because everybody that's native in North Carolina has some Cherokee in them, that's a given. So on my mother's side is,
You too.
my mother's side is the one that I have the tribal affiliation with. But my dad's side is all a bunch of black-haired, black-eyed family, and supposedly they're Cherokee, but I've never traced that lineage.
My mother's great-great-grandmother was Native American. And we're not sure what tribe she was, but we're assuming it's probably either Catawba or Waccamaw. And I'm trying to do some research on that, but her name was Morning Star Crow. And it was spelled morning with a U.
Oh,
And I have always wondered why. Is that a family thing? Where did that come from? And her husband, my 3 times great grandfather, fought in the Mexican-American War and was in the army at that time. And I'm like, man, that would make such a great story. How did they meet? Why did they get married? Why would a commander or captain in the army marry a Native American woman from the area? What's that
how did
story?
they have that? Everybody knows you. And so they don't realize that you're actually been what's done. This area is very, very, very rich in very, very old civilization.
Yes. Here we go. Let's see.
Well, this is a healthy, fertile, temperate zone. Of course, people who lived here 10,000 years ago are gonna
Yes.
love this area.
Ulabu. There was once a great yellow jacket that roamed the skies of the Nantahala River in modern-day Macon County. It's called the Ulabu. It was as large as a house and would snatch children up and carry them away.
Why load on it?
Yikes. Yikes.
Isn't that kind of the story of the Krampus too? In Germany?
Krampus,
Hi, how you guys doing? You guys were incredibly fun last night. It was awesome. Right here. Yeah, me too.
Okay, so that's this way.
We weren't happy with the results. I don't like what you did here. I'm sorry. Yes. There is all hundreds in the next round.
Oh, so goodness. Y'all just get here.
I'm going home. Thank you. Hey. I do, and I actually wrote mine down. Hello, that's the next guest.
No, I know this in my head. Sleep slot. No. But I know you're just saying I'm gonna go. I don't want to try. Was that an old movie? No. No. I never watched that. I heard it. I know it. I never watched it. Yeah. I'll try it next. And that's kind of what I like from it. I know the use this is people to enjoy it. I thought so more. They pause with their I don't listen to that. Makes everyone everywhere jump to which guys have to listen one time because the guy walked by and he cast a spell and she went through the
Sounds like quick.
it was good. Yeah, I would have gathered people up. We were just about to say that. He just has a story of it, but that was great. You want your professional excellence. Have a great business holiday this year. Email's not included. Oh, yeah, thanks. I wonder why Again. These boxes are Charlie's. So we should have up next year. Little sign will sit there, and it'll say professional hecklers. Professional what?
Hecklers.
Hi, artists.
I like it. I like it.
So if you think you're not gonna have any people in the crowd, you just hire the hecklers and sit there.
That's very clever.
This is my husband. He is a host of the podcast. He has no clue.
Nothing wrong with any of that.
Professional heckler.
Nothing wrong with any of that. Do y'all want ConCarolinas Christmas ornaments?
Is this a, do we need one? Black Christmas ball or anything?
Are you a fan of the show?
Yes, and I had everything.
And why are you asking questions that you already know the answers to? This is okay. You're right. I'm gonna put this on the tree. My opinion.
Do you have our ConCarolinas buttons? Please, two buttons.
Yeah, that's why I'm a potential. I'm just saying, that would actually be pretty good. So, you get a handful of friends that are coming to the comedy month, right? They're gonna go to Camden, right? So you, like, $5. Yeah, they'll show up there. How many people do you want? Okay, that'll be 15, whatever. So when you show up, you say you're back, wherever. And then for an extra $2, you'll be paid. For an extra $20.
Do you have keychains?
Yes, I actually have it on my phone.
Do you have shirts?
They handed it to me on Friday, and I told them I'd wear it today.
Carly is much better at doing like stuff that I am. I tend to be very reserved and socially awkward person.
Oh, see, which is it? Y'all want a shirt? No, I
Hey.
never want a free shirt.
Right? Generally speaking, I'm like, I was that person who just walked away and probably just showed back. So, that's good. Oh, feel free to sit wherever and just say about your stuff once.
I feel like this program is seen close
Well, anyway, show back.
Anybody want to use more? I woke up and this was in my car.
What is that?
Yeah.
Woke up and it was.
Is that an encrypted?
I went to our ConCarolinas panel and I took unencrypted. And then
Is it encrypted or
it is now.
Yeah.
What's the line between encrypted and mythology?
At some point, somebody was like, bestowing them upon people. And I was just like, alright. Like, proud about it. I had too much fun.
is that possible?
Yes.
We were still discussing
I crossed
among my reading group after I went to that Mike Ferry's panel about how reality is freedom. And that analogy will never get out of my head.
And I woke up and was like, oh yeah, that happens. I put that in the box.
That's
Give it
standard
to the
in
family.
Cardinal.
Yeah.
Is there two slices of tomato?
One of them actually recommends.
I can't pull it.
Yes, sir. I'm just like,
I didn't like doing bananas last night.
yeah, I require
You didn't do the dance.
so much stuff.
It got rained on.
Oh yeah, we were outside of it.
Yeah. And it's starting to work.
I was leaving from home before the point, and I heard a boom, like, I hadn't even watched my car, and right as I was in my car, just
Children don't care. You can go around and they're gonna be like, it's your turn. For the last 2 minutes. First,
Oh,
get more help, more help for the lady in the cafe. Do the math for it.
I think they'd be able to tell any of their workers that there's a prom or something going on, and then they'll show up and they're like,
It was Friday.
well, no, it's like when I got here on Thursday, so I can eat for dinner, I was like, are there stairs? Because this kind of splitter situation's gonna be a problem, what do you mean? I'm like, there's gonna be a couple, there's gonna be a lot of people here.
Fine.
Well, I mean, who cares about safety and accessibility issues? I mean,
it may be broken, but you can take the parts away, the conditions of the regular.
apparently, you're not supposed to do, they could have, but they were saying, the excuse we got was that because somebody damaged the drywall and they repainted it, they didn't want people touching it. I'm like, that's a dumbass excuse. Put a sign up and bring it.
I was gonna say, I did that.
They can definitely not be painted,
Should,
and
oh, that happened.
it might have been like drywall.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. And then, you gotta, when you see a do not touch, and like, do not touch, but it's like, push the red button and next. You tell me not to touch, yeah, let me do
hey,
it.
good for you. This is where I'm at. I'm like, I'll bring food.
They said no.
I feel like I should name this. Charlie, you've missed it. I will apologize ahead of time. This is my husband who has now claimed himself to become a professional heckler.
Oh. We'll see how that goes.
I get paid if I can work out. I work for this money and that.
AKA hospital security guard.
Yeah, that's rough.
I'm her.
I know you are. Which means when the drunks get really bad in the middle of the night, you're the one that has to deal with it.
One day when we're super famous, I did have a chainsaw thing. Then, you have to t-shirt, so the microphone's
That's pretty great.
people are gonna be like,
I had a teacher who was Mr. W. He was a guy, influential teacher. Like he had a folklore that I really liked talking about. He would always say, "I'm sorry, is this your show? No, this is the Mr. W show because I put in time to get my own show. One day you can have your own, but today this is mine. Shut up."
that's really funny. Mr. W show.
Actually, it's not funny.
And don't be offended if I'm looking at my phone. I am, as staff, I still have to respond to things, even when I'm nothing. No. Because I have to still It make can be a fact, and I was kind of seeing that where like I showed when somebody's phone went off when I was giving the pre-show, and so I took their phone and started having a conversation with the person on the other end.
That works.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I keep it as messages, just message me, because if I had everybody trying to call me, I would not be able to string two words together.
Words are hard.
It's,
They are.
And I write stuff, and I'm like, I don't even like what's the name of it, but it's this.
That's fun too. We need to make it home.
I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know this is but you know, let me get what you think.
whatever you need.
She's on mine now.
He's been here all week, man.
Well, sometimes like stuffed animals have like the brand name tag on the headline, and I'll just use that as my. This says S big tail unicorn. Like, how can be small big?
I don't know, but that might explain the way it's sitting on that chair and
They're very like it's like what is that? Like what happened?
well, the way it was sitting, it just looked like it was pumping.
Main house.
Was Jason Hughes here from all
It's
that?
like,
Everybody's gonna be like,
So not be like this one time, Carolinas,
it's like, it had too much fun last night.
I mean, it did end up really tough.
Yeah.
who's riding around the park?
Hey!
How are you?
Fabulously, how are you?
Secret pocket.
I might just have to do it like this today. And then. We'll give it a couple minutes.
The only time I was worried was like,
Yeah. Yeah, it threw me off.
Yeah, I think normally
I was hiding out in my room lying to the housekeeping lady. I'm very busy in here. I'll be out in a moment.
I'm pretty sure that if there's any public observations like that, but I will in fact work on that. And say, oh, I forgot something in the car.
Or, in your honor, everyone should show up in 15 minutes. Yeah. Starts promptly at 7. If you want to ride, it's 7. Like, we can have it that way.
We do have a friend who every time we sit with her, and we're always like,
It's part of our culture. And it's with this. All right. We should probably close that door in 5 minutes.
You remember, you're like,
No buttons?
Don't they have a following?
you do. I don't get it. It's, to me, it's like oversized gas station. Yes, it's an oversized bookstop. I mean, they have some good snacks.
And there's not that many people.
I enjoy going because I like the feel of the snacks there. I also like watching the families that are way too overstimulated and are getting attacked. And there's a mom running around with arms loaded down and everything she can grab.
I mean, I went by Buc-ee's, I saw my Buc-ee's snacks. They were actually really good. But I'm just like, I don't, maybe it's just like me, I'm not in that fandom, so I don't put that fandom.
It's when people like did melt down.
Like so many decorations for my house.
I got the little puppy nugget things. I get those and also like
Between the people having meltdowns and the people that are there, it's like recording everything.
and sometimes they have to do the Buc-ee soup.
Yeah, and once he's there, you can't go to the
Yeah,
next
no,
side.
no, it's there. I can't make this up, y'all. This shit really happened.
But you can expect, if they hit my trash now, good.
Well, damn, I wear Buc-ee's for soup.
The one building I went to, started off like this, cashier was expensive water.
No.
No.
I really wish you had been here earlier. I would have moved away. Especially with like the first 10 or 15 minutes. I just stopped so quick to me out of the TV. Because like there was audio.
Since it being 50 degrees, so it's doctor.
I have some appreciate apples, so that would be also.
I found my own doctor that's in her shoe.
I'm having
So,
home.
yeah.
I put it in the garage, I put like a magnet on the back of the frame.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll take that as our cue. So this thing's on again.
Yeah, but we don't hear anybody.
There's no disembodied voices coming out of it right now.
And you'll always be a disembodied voice.
I just wish we knew what that was.
I think it's me.
I don't know.
I hope it's a listening text somewhere and we're just gonna entertain the hell out of them.
Would you like
Just
that?
do like the weird codes.
Right, we could just read numbers like the Soviet numbers station.
Well, I mean, we kind of did that
If
in early episodes.
That's true, we did. It was actually good there. If we had infinite time and money, I would do so many weird performance art things
Mhm.
that would be immediately mistaken for conspiracies and cryptids and whatever, and I would regret it. That would become a new mission.
Yeah, sure, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
The MGW Institute for Absurdity.
Making life a little stranger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to RK Live at ConCarolinas. First Sunday. It's the end of the weekend. We still got a couple hours left on the clock.
Mhm.
We're gonna take one of them.
Yes.
I'm your co-host Charlie Mushaw.
I'm your co-host, multi-ordering novelist, Michael D. Williams.
And today's topic is, rather format, is something that we do when we do live things, is a grab bag.
Yeah.
A couple smaller stories that wouldn't really flesh out a full episode. We've been doing this since the beginning, and one of our very first, it was our very
Dragon
first,
Con episode.
yeah, it was a cryptid grab bag, so I'm really excited to come back to this. But I wanted to open it up with a little bit of, first I want your take,
Okay,
and then a little bit of audience participation.
okay.
about, and I was now set up earlier with the unicorn. But what is a cryptid versus like a mythical creature versus like just something that you tell the kids to keep them from getting into trouble, like the wang doodle or the wolf man, which are both real things in North Carolina.
Quote unquote.
Real, like yeah, okay. It's really a thing that people tell kids to,
Yeah.
like the wolf man is gonna get you.
Totally.
So, how do we define cryptid, Michael?
Well, you know what?
Let me rephrase that. How do you define cryptid?
Something that my personal definition is something that may or may not exist, but that larger science and culture have not acknowledged definitely exists. But there are people alive who believe they have encountered, and that people alive who believe they have encountered it is really central to the distinction for me.
Okay.
A creature of myth, for me, is something that no one alive believes is real and that they have seen. It can be a story that we tell each other, it can be something that's culturally powerful, a lot of cultural significance. But like, I don't think a ton of people believe that centaurs exist or say that they have encountered a griffin.
Those are two great examples.
But they're not that different from cryptids that people say they have encountered. And like that living person who says they've encountered it is part of our living experience right now as people. That's the line.
Okay. Does anybody else want to throw a curveball at that? No is an acceptable answer. All right. I got a couple no's.
Silence is an acceptable answer.
As usual, Michael is right.
So.
I think it's such a broad term. You have to really think about what defines a cryptid, because it's such a you can, if you go by what science has yet to actually put a definition to, that still opens up the door for so many things.
Yeah.
So it's just like, is it a cryptid, or is it a mythical figure, or is it something else that we just don't know yet?
Part of why I like my definition is because
you
it's
said
mine. And partly because it is a definition that allows a person to change their mind about the same creature.
Yeah, I like that.
A person can say, well, obviously Bigfoot is myth. And then they go on a hike and they have a colorful encounter. They have the whole Oz effect, and then Bigfoot steps out and winks at him, and then like disappears behind a tree. Exactly. And he's like,
Little
and,
sparkle.
yeah, exactly. And but there's the whole Parker Lewis can't lose, like eye shine, or tooth shine, tooth sparkle. But wow, that was a really weird, deep pop culture cut.
I got it.
But that's thank you, excellent, Martin.
Used to air on USA.
Oh, there we go. All right. But so they can have that whole experience, and then afterwards they're like, "Oh no, Bigfoot's real." And then other people around them who don't have the experience will say, "Well, obviously Bigfoot is a creature of myth." But for that person, Bigfoot is now transitioned over encrypted. But it's not that Bigfoot changed; it's that that person's experience changed.
I love it. I think it was in syndication on USA. I don't know.
Yeah, it was originally a Fox.
Yeah.
It was one of their first line TV shows.
But in my head, it's on USA.
All right.
So anyway, Legend 1. I first heard about this from a David Weatherly book. I've mentioned him more than once, like while we've been doing the show. And I like his books because he roots out like really oddball creature features. And if he can't give a decent source, he'll acknowledge that. Like,
oh, okay.
Like,
it's refreshing.
Like in the book. So like, hey, somebody told me this, but I found no sources for this.
Yeah.
This one is not that.
Oh, okay.
This is the monkey dog of Robeson County. And I got receipts.
Okay.
I went and yeah, we'll get to that.
My reaction is to the name alone is suffice to say exceptionally skeptical, and I'm a believer, so I'm eager to hear.
Let's talk about monkey dog.
All right.
So, comes from Lumberton in Robeson County, place we've discussed before. We talked a little bit on Friday.
Yeah.
But
So I'll make sure that there's episodes there back to back so that people will yet. Like it's weird that we didn't plan this, but both of our stories are from the same place.
Recap the history, sticking with our format. Pre-colonial era, it was known to be a wide mix of Algonquin, Iroquois, and Sioux language families, including the Hatteras, Tuscarora, and Cheraw.
Yeah.
Lumberton was established on a body of water called the Lumbee, or sometimes Lumber River, as a town in 1787 as a shipping port for, I'll give you one guess.
Which year?
1787
Oh,
was established as a shipping port
okay.
for
A town or a polity?
lumber. It's lumber.
Oh,
Lumberton.
good. There are a lot of answers there, aren't there? The Atlantic Ocean? Like,
Given the dates, my mind was going towards piracy and whiskey and all of that because that falls within that time period. So I'm like, okay, it's like the whiskey revolution.
Right.
yeah.
That's all right. Fine.
Lumber.
Well, it's literally lumber town.
Right, I mean.
Lumber town.
Yeah.
So I really thought you nailed that one. I apologize for putting you on the spot. But so we talked about how the river is sometimes called the Lumber River, Lumbee River, and that is the same as the Native American tribe, which per their website was formed by members of the tribal nations mentioned previously.
Yeah.
So it's all coming together for old Lumberton.
And there's going to be an episode at some point, possibly will have already happened by the time this airs, that we'll talk a lot about the really fascinating history about how the Indians have been viewed by the state government that had no idea what to do with the story they told them.
Yeah, I know what you're picking up.
Yeah.
Or I'm picking up what you're putting down. I am really tired. I had too much fun last night, so there's going to be mistakes. That's what you get at the live ones. But about that river, it's worth noting that the river has loads of unique wildlife. That's why I wanted to talk about like what constitutes a cryptid, because there's like species that are native to that region that aren't really found anywhere else. The Cematillus lumbee, which is a species of fish also known as the sandhills chub. The chub is not the only unique organism found in the river. I put that in there just for you. There's also the red cockaded woodpecker.
Not the worst I've heard.
Not even more so in the last 5 minutes.
There's also a rare butterfly called the giant yucca skipper.
Okay.
So there's creatures that are unique to the area.
But like we talked about in the cryptobotany episode, like there are a ton of these little microclimates, micro ecosystems around the state, around those states, and a ton of like really unique life in little places like that.
If you'd like to learn more about the sandhills chub or the red cockaded woodpecker, you can check out the Lumber River State Park site for all kinds of fun info on any of those. That's not what we're talking about. Getting back to the monkey dog. Journey with me
Okay.
through the sands of time.
Mm-hmm.
December 15th, 1954.
All right.
I looked up the weather information for that day. It was breezy and clear with a low of 39 and a high of 51. Really kind of December day that makes you think like it's not going to be a white Christmas. The setting is Panthersburg Elementary, a since demolished segregated school that was decommissioned after integration. I can only hope that they had the mascot of a panther.
One would hope.
I mean, yeah. And per page 4 of the December 17th, 1954 edition of the Robesonian, said I got receipts on
And
this.
the Robesonian really puts up some interesting stuff.
Right. And there's a lot to unpack here. During a chapel service at the school around 3 p.m., student Beulah May Sanders yelled out, "Look, a monkey!" And roughly, 25 students ran out of the building while their teacher, someone named Christine McMillan, chased after them to be like, "Come back, come back!" So, according to the teacher's account, she described a creature 3 feet high with reddish brown fur, a long tail that looked like a cross between a big monkey and a dog. Said that it loped distinctly did not run like a dog. The janitor, the janitor was a guy named Clifton Williams who grabbed an axe and got between the children and the creature.
Like he was gonna ask it a question.
So he grabs an axe and he runs and he gets in between the kids and the creature.
Wow.
Because there was a scare going on in the region, and not even in the region, like in the neighborhood. Right then, like at that moment, like earlier that week, 5 hogs had been found, quote, ripped apart.
Okay, we're gonna come back to that for sure, because there's a lot that's not connected, so go for it.
And they blamed a wild dog that had been captured and put down and said, case closed. Then 2 days later, monkey dog shows up outside of an elementary school. And it wasn't really afraid of the children. It was kind of like sizing them up. Like, you know, the kids run towards it and it would like take a couple steps back and then pause for a second. And that's terrible radio recording. I need to be closer to the place.
But still, get the idea.
Yeah. And it wasn't until the janitor got close enough to swing the axe at it that it decided to run off.
I also think I would run off. I think I would run off before anybody did the axe swinging. But I even think that if I were holding the axe, I would just run off.
Yeah.
There's kids who think this.
So you got a teacher, you got a janitor, and then the principal stated that he wasn't present during the incident, but post-incident, he went out and inspected the tracks, and they were decidedly not dog tracks. And the children continued to insist it was a big monkey.
Wow.
No further sightings reported. The beast of Bladenboro is mentioned in that article.
Yeah, because this is a couple of years after the Beast of Bladenboro incident.
But
which happened at the same time of year in a nearby area, not the same area, and involved like cattle and livestock being ripped apart, quote unquote.
But the author makes a really good point in that those occurrences were nocturnal and this was middle of the day.
Oh,
The sighting was middle of the day.
Mm-hmm. There were some people who claimed that they saw the Beast of Bladenboro or something like it during the day, but that was never really certain.
I seen it.
it.
So it's never reported again. The monkey dog was seen, it ran off, and that's it. But it was in the newspaper. A bunch of people saw it.
Yeah. Again, these are people also with a lot of social capital to lose if they say they've seen something like this and people just believe them.
Right, a principal, the school, teacher.
Yeah.
Janitor with an axe.
Janitor with an axe.
Yeah. I don't know if he's got a lot to lose social credit wise because people are going to be nice to him.
Because he has an axe.
No matter what, because of the axe.
All right. So this is a weird one. Thoughts. You go first, and then I'll tell you my thoughts.
Okay, well, obviously, one of the things that occurs to me is even today, North Carolina has kind of lax anti-animal laws.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that we're sort of noted for. And at that point, it would have been, I'm not looking back all the way up to my beginning of my thought. An easy way to dismiss a cryptid story is to say, oh, well, it was probably something that escaped from the zoo or a circus.
Right.
And I don't want to lean on that. You know, I'm not trying to lean on the circus train was passing through town the week before kind of excuse.
Right.
But I do automatically, when I hear stuff like that, wonder, like, who had some exotic animal and did not tell anybody, and it gets out and it messes up a bunch of stuff, and they still do not tell anybody because now they do not want to be legally liable for anything.
Right. I have two going theories. One is what you just said.
Okay.
So I'll go with the more fantastical one first.
Okay, because I do have a much stranger alternative, but go for it.
So the lumber industry is in the region, and what if there was some kind of monkey dog living in the forest and deforestation pushed it out of its habitat?
Some unique North American primate.
Yeah. So that's one theory. My other theory is on circus baboon.
Yeah.
Because if you look at, baboons have the snout, which is, kind of canine-like.
They lope.
They lope. They come in many colors, including reddish brown. They have a long tail. And I feel like, I don't know because I wasn't there, but I feel like pre-internet, maybe these children haven't seen a baboon. It's not like they have the Discovery Channel or whatever.
Right.
I mean, they would not be wrong with being a monkey.
Does Discovery Channel even show outside of Shark Week?
I'll cut this from the episode, but other than the time that they've been thinking about making a show out of us, I've never paid attention to it.
It's like these guys don't watch any of our shows. Their pitch sucks. It's an excellent pitch.
It was.
Anyway, so what's your exceptionally weird theory?
So this is a part of the state that for a very long time had been undocumented and explored, and there were people living there, but like larger culture did not have a ton of overlap, you know. And there are tons of historical examples of famous outlaws in the Carolina history and people like that who went to those places or came from those places because those were very like physically, geographically closed off, difficult to reach places. A long time, Columbia Indians were able to just like live undisturbed because it was such a pain for anybody to go try to take their land away from them that nobody was much trying because it was really hard to
Security
get
through
to.
obscurity.
Yeah, and the swamps and the ways that the river like flows through those areas can be very difficult to navigate and also be very dynamic. And so this is a very remote place, and remote places are where like culturally, historically, globally, we believe that weird, magical, liminal space kind of stuff happens.
Right.
And so who's to say that there aren't a ton of, like, not exactly magical creatures, but like things that science would have difficulty explaining that have come about by virtue of isolating the intersection of an isolated place and human imagination and observation.
Imagine finding Australia.
Yeah.
And having never been there and seeing all the weird animals.
Right.
So, cool. I like it.
I'm giving it a little magical angle, but also just kind of being like, it's a really remote place. We don't know.
Right. Legend 2.
All right.
You ready?
Yes.
All right. So the Catawba River
Mm-hmm.
runs from western North Carolina through a series of dams and reservoirs well into South Carolina, where they call it the Watery, which I think is a little on the nose. Watery River.
The liquid river.
It eventually hits the Atlantic Ocean. Like after it merges with some other stuff, like you can trace it directly from where it originates all the way to the ocean.
If I remember correctly, it was originally an import of shipping and travel.
Yeah, for all the dams and stuff.
Yeah, right.
And it's home to at least 2 aquatic monsters.
Really?
Yeah. So we know, I mean, Lake Norman.
Yeah.
Catawba feeds Lake Norman. There's Normie, the Lake Norman monster. I'm counting that one.
Okay.
Right. We explored that in our 5th episode back in 2020.
Yeah.
As an early one, because people have asked, like, what are you going to do, Normie? I'm like, we opened with Normie. And I am a Normie believer. I think it's a giant sturgeon that got into a habitat where there's plenty to eat and not a lot of predators, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I like it.
I've got a cat like that. I believe it.
And in that episode, we explored Native American lore about river creatures in the region, and specifically the Catawba people. And the river feeds Lake Norman. Norman was the topic. It all lined up, and I was like, this is it. I somehow missed that there was another.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the Catawba River Runner. Have you heard of this?
No.
Yeah. It's pretty localized. So I went into the Catawba folklore, and they have oral traditions of significantly sized water serpents and giant leeches.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like when you say giant leeches, how big are we talking?
Like monster leeches, like sun themselves on rocks, like as big as this table.
Oh gosh, okay. I was thinking like size of the palm of your hand.
No, like monster leeches.
It's like the size of a car in the parking lot.
Sure.
Okay. Very good.
There's this one really fun one that I read about. This one was a Cherokee legend, not Catawba, but from the region where there were these giant leeches, and this one guy was trying to be like the toughest guy, and almost got himself killed. They had to like fish him out because the giant leech was taking him away.
Wow. I mean, if there were a river with a story of giant leeches living in it, I'm absolutely certain that approximately half of my cousins would throw themselves in the river to go wrestle it.
So yes, it feels very natural. And this obviously all predates the creation of dams and lakes for hydroelectric.
Right, yeah.
And these legends were shared with European settlers as they came into the region and persisted. And I think that's probably where this one started. There's a few very thin stories running from Mount Holly, North Carolina, down to Rock Hill, South Carolina,
Okay.
and we'll gloss over those really quickly. One of which is just a fake water monster that someone brilliantly put in the river.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
Clearly constructed.
somebody built one as an ad for their store. So, because there was train tracks that ran along it, and so you could like, while riding on the train, there was an advertisement for a store in Charlotte, and it like wiggled in the water. You know, it was like
That's
segmented.
so funny.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh my
if all
God.
that does, if all that takes is to create a monster,
And there's another one where some kids in Rock Hill. So that was the Mount Holly one. And there's some kids in Rock Hill that say they saw creatures in the water. Later, one of them like recanted and said, "Oh, I made that up."
Mhm.
But I'm not entirely willing to write that off because it might have been the parents saying, "You better tell me you made that up."
Yeah, no, that's like we in lots of like UFO lore and monster lore. There are lots of cases of somebody recanting the story, not because they say later, "Oh yeah, I made it all up," but because they felt socially pressured.
Right.
especially in, this part of Carolina is more kind of south, it's a little more conservative. So you will get that backlash and outcast if you don't protect yourself a certain way.
Right, absolutely.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
So it very well could have been that they saw something and they were like, "You better take that back."
Yeah.
But in December of 2019, yeah, very recent, while visiting Sunset Point on Lake Wylie. Are
Okay.
you familiar with Lake Wylie?
Not at all.
It is north of Rock Hill, south of Mount Holly, so right in between where the River Runner local legends kind of
Okay.
get discussed. A woman named Jessica Plate took a photo on her phone of something large breaking the surface of the water and creating a large wave. It's pretty cool. It's grainy, but you know, it's
Yeah.
it was an evening photo. It was taken at 7:15, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
She immediately does what any responsible person would do and puts it on nextdoor.com.
That's a next door app.
Right. I mean, that just sounds so much more interesting when it gets posted on my
Oh,
Nextdoor.
God, yeah.
I don't even have fun drama. You at least have fun drama.
Yeah, my neighborhood's always complicated.
So, and this is a quote. "I know this picture isn't the greatest, but tonight while walking around the lake in our neighborhood, we saw this 3 to 4 foot thing moving in the water. At first I thought it was a dog or a deer or maybe even a scuba diver." This is December.
Right?
Scuba diving in December. Photo was taken around 7:15, like I said. She stated that she first noticed it when it appeared to be swimming towards her on the shoreline, like it was coming perpendicular to the shore, before turning away.
December also presents a problem with my immediate first thought, which was, well, who's to say it's not an alligator?
Or I'm going to get into that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Another quote from her. "The wake it made was enormous. Please, does anyone know what it was?" So when considering what it was, I looked up the temperatures for the day. Because I was like, because that was my first thought too. It was just like, alligator, you know, whatever. It was low of 39, high of 42. So very stable day, right? And specifically at that time, it was like 42 degrees. And that matters because people speculated it was an alligator, so I looked it up. They are most active between 82 and 92 degrees. They stop feeding when the ambient temperature drops below 70 and become dormant below 55.
So it can't be that.
Nope. Snakes, water snakes, very similar. They hibernate when it gets cold. Breaking the surface seems a little off. But remember the leeches.
Okay, yeah.
So leeches vary by species. There's tons of different kinds of leeches with different attributes.
You're not improving my view of the world by telling me that leeches are a diverse and varied subset of animals, and that there are more of them than I could possibly imagine.
There are species of leech that can survive in freezing conditions.
Ew.
That's per the National Institute of Health.
Ew.
They use liquid nitrogen to see like, how would we do this leech? There's a paper that they can find it online. They posted this research paper about like freezing leeches. watching the leeches while they froze them, and then they unfreeze them. And so maybe it was a giant leech.
I want freezing leeches to be a cover band or something.
Somebody got paid to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Someone
life,
got
that's the living dream right there.
But that to me is, I mean, it's cool that it lines up with oral tradition and legends. But then I started thinking about, like, what about giant snake sightings, like, in the area? Like, let's open it up. Because there's a lot of little streams, creeks, and bodies of water that feed into the Catawba, right? It's not just this, like, monolithic thing.
Yeah.
You know, there's
Not a big spigot somewhere up in the
right.
Gotta go turn on the river.
Right. Quick aside, we can cut this from the episode. I'm guessing the answer is no for you. Did anybody see the Water Wars episodes of South Park?
Everybody has
When you said the giant spigot to turn off the river, it made me think of there. Yeah.
I'm just picturing somebody who's like, well, it's getting cold, you gotta put it off the river.
Right. Yeah, that's a little freezing. Let the river drip. All right.
Make sure that you empty the river before you put it back on the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So I traced the river north. There's lots of feeders. Some that come down from the Bakersfield area, where in 1877 there were reports of a 15-foot long, 2-foot around, big girthy snake.
Oh.
Yep.
Are they sure it was a snake? And not a leech?
Well, they said it was a snake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The report was written as giant snake.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then, so that was 1877. In the 60s, there were reports of a farmer named Bob Humphreys that saw a giant snake in Camp Creek, North Carolina, which is west of Charlotte and has feeder streams in Catawba as well. So, like, all these little streams that feed into it, like, along the river, have giant snake stories.
Okay.
So, whatever the Catawba River Runner is, I am in for the Catawba River running existing. And I think that, the question that I have for you is, would you call that a cryptid?
So there are living people who say they have seen it and that it's real. And so I'm going to say, yeah, that's cryptid. Because it's not something that we all automatically dismiss as a possibility. We might, if we may want to automatically dismiss it as a possibility. Like, I feel like I only want to dismiss it as a possibility because I do not ever want to encounter one. For me, that's a cryptid.
I think megafauna, fall into cryptid lore.
Yeah, totally. Also, the idea of megafauna surviving into the modern era.
Yeah.
That, for me, makes it qualify as cryptid. Because we know there was a lot of megafauna in America, not really terribly all that long ago.
So, snipe hunts, finding doodles.
Those are bad. There's nobody who goes on a snipe hunt and sees a snipe. But there are people who go on a snipe hunt and line up saying they saw Bigfoot.
That's true. So that was it. I just did a 2-parter grab bag.
Yeah.
Figured, lazy Sunday. Coming down off of a very busy weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to make sure that we left time to talk about cryptids with everybody.
And there was a point during that where I nearly said, is there really a difference between a really large leech and a snake? And then I heard any biologist who listens to the show or would ever listen to the show in the future scream at their computer with headphones, yes.
Furiously typing.
Yes. So
Paragraphs.
But it stopped. It did not say that.
And then my response would be, thanks for writing in. Can I send you a sticker? That's my response to positive and negative emails that we get. Whenever someone says, you suck. I'm like, thanks, you want a sticker?
Thanks for caring enough to email.
Right. I'll mail you one. But yeah, so that's it. That was the Arcane Carolinas cryptid bite-sized grab bag.
I am curious whether anybody else has, and I'm perfectly happy to share one of mine, seen or have family lore or whatever lore from the place where they grew up of there being things like the Catawba River Runner and stuff like that. And in my case, growing up, we were always told, well, the mountain lions are safe. You know? But I also, as a kid, had to be taught how to recognize screaming mountain lion because they would be around. And in the woods, I would run across paw prints of them and things like that. And they're very distinct from a bear print or anything like that. It's a big cat print. And it could be really dangerous to be a kid running around in the deep woods if you heard that and saw those prints and they were fresh. To the point that there were multiple trips in the woods and I got canceled immediately because we were running across paw prints and we heard them screaming and stuff like that.
Do you think the monkey dog persisted as a cautionary tale in that area?
I think the monkey dog immediately entered the sort of board of children telling each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that 5 minutes after that, there was a kid who was like, oh, I saw the monkey dog one time. The monkey dog and I are friends. And, his name is Harold, and he comes to my house, and we play jacks. There's always that side of things. And then there was the kid who was like, that kid lies all the time. Don't believe him.
Well, do you remember the Bigfoot story about the kids there was a Bigfoot story out of South Carolina where some kids had an entire town going, filing police reports. And it was they really got the paper going. They got them on the radio. It was amazing. Because they were bored. And they were just like, I don't know, summer school is out. So we just decided to make up a story about Bigfoot in our backyard and see how far we could take it. And now it gets repeated in cryptid books.
Yeah, I like that kind of thing. I think that would immediately move the folklore. I think that would be a story children would tell each other. I definitely think it would be parents who would show them the story as a cautionary tale. In my very mild-mannered elementary school, growing up in a very mild-mannered place where nothing much interesting ever happens, our story was that the janitor for our elementary school occasionally took bad kids into the secret basement of the building where the second-grade classrooms were and kept them there forever. So, yeah, children told each other a lot of weird stories.
Yeah, that's awful.
Dog.
We had the Foggy Bottom Monster. Which every month probably beware the Foggy Bottom Monster on Foggy Bottom Road. Since it's been developed, there's not woods there anymore. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was older kids telling us that so that we wouldn't ride our bikes down there. Because fun aside, I tried to jump my little BMX off their dirt ramp down there and completely ate gravel. I was like, oh, I'm going down there anyway. Anyway, anybody have any favorite local cryptids from where they're from? No?
Silence is also an acceptable
Silence is also an acceptable answer. So lots of free stuff up here. Feel free to take whatever you like, including the Captain Catawba shirts. I
just put it up because it was up on Friday.
Yeah, no, there can be taken. Take this stuff so I don't have to take it home. Thank you.
And I have some more ConCarolinas stuff on my table also. I just didn't have hands.
Yeah. So thank you very much. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you. Got any questions for us?
Yes, I was just raising my hand.
Oh, yeah.
Ask a question. So, in defining cryptids, where do you fall on things where it happened in recent memory and people will say, I saw this thing, but there's only one story about it, kind of like the Hopkinsville goblins, Mothman, and things like that?
Oh, for me, that's cryptid. For me, that enters directly into there is somebody around who says, no, I saw it.
So there's a hyper local one that we're not going to do an episode on until more comes out. Are you familiar with Spooky CLT? It's an Instagram account. Okay. It's an Instagram account that talks about Charlotte stories specifically. And Jason, who does a lot of the posting there, hit me up. Was like, hey man, have you heard of this owl-cat hybrid in Charlotte? And I was like, no, but I'll look into it. So I looked into it. And everything, and I was like, don't tell me anything about it. And there was, a couple people posted out on Reddit, found a couple things on Facebook. But it all tied back to his post asking for more info. So he was like, yeah, I had 2 people tell me they saw this thing. So I posted, has anybody else seen this thing? And then other people started posting oh, this thing got seen, where he was just asking for more help. So it like definitely spiraled out of control. And I think in that case for me, that is the I don't buy the owl cat thing yet. I need more. I need another sighting. So for me, I do need more than one sighting, or credible source.
The fact that I classify it as a cryptid doesn't necessarily mean that I believe it.
See, that's an interesting delineation. Okay, so is the owl cat of Charlotte a cryptid?
Sure.
Oh, there you go.
There's somebody who says they saw it.
Okay.
I'm not saying that I think it exists.
Shortest episode ever. People say there's an owl cat in Charlotte. Somebody asked us about it. And we couldn't find anything about it.
Still, I can think of with that is like the barn owls where they have tufts here,
Yeah.
so it looks like a cat. And if it's sitting in a tree,
Yeah.
it hoots like an owl, and in the shadows looks like a cat. So, but it's not a cat.
Then you also have the cats where they're the ones that they got frying pan face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that sits there and all of a sudden pivots around to you.
Oh yeah. That'd be weird.
Mm-hmm.
So what about cryptids that have been debunked? Are they still cryptids?
Oh, that's a good question.
So the South Carolina lizard man.
I want to believe in the lizard man.
We all
So maybe I don't care that it's called up. I don't know. If somebody has like demonstrably, okay, as an example, I'm not saying that this is true of all Sasquatches, but the various cases in the last 10 or 15 years, people who have done things like stuff a gorilla suit with meat and then put it on display. And everybody
You
says,
put it in a freezer, to be fair.
and everybody
Yeah,
says,
it's
why is your gorilla suit full of ground beef? You know, and thus it is clearly debunked as an example of Sasquatch. Like, that's a bad thing because I started to say, but it doesn't really matter to me because there's so many other interesting sightings out there that have not been debunked. I can't think of anything that has been like that. Every sighting of it has been like so legit, totally debunked that it just doesn't ever get believed in ever by anybody anymore.
I do. I have one.
Go for it.
We talked about it at Retcon. That episode has not been posted yet.
Oh yeah.
But spoiler alert, there's one in Western North Carolina. Does anybody, I'm just whatever. You'll know the outcome of this episode. The Boojum. Anybody know about the Boojum? There's a Boojum brewing company. There's Boojum songs. There's Boojum merch. There's Boojum all kinds of stuff. The Boojum was basically created by these guys that owned a fancy hotel as a way to create folklore for the visitors at the hotel. And it was out in Western North Carolina, and it was like, they had hot springs, it was a tourist destination. People would come out there, and it was sort of like mythologizing mountain life, you know, and they would be like, you know, like, come live the way we live, and like that kind of thing. And it just, you know, that's not super fun. We're just like, we're just people. So they like made up this creature, and then it proliferated, and you know, anyway, there's a whole episode on it. So for me, that's a good example of one that has been thoroughly debunked. But the Boojum persists as a cryptid because people keep telling the story.
Right.
There's a Boojum festival.
Really?
Yeah. Remember I read the letter from the mayor
Oh
about
yeah,
it?
that's right.
Yeah. So, but it keeps persisting. So for me personally, I think that turns into a snipe, and I don't keep that in my catalog of my imaginary catalog in my head of legit cryptids.
So okay, I guess I'm gonna say I have three categories then. Okay. So there's a cryptid, which people really do believe exists and might or might not. There is myth, which everybody agrees does not exist. And then there's fiction, which everybody agrees does not exist and somebody made up. And not just somebody, but like that person over there made that up.
Still living, available.
I mean, like, they don't have to be still living available. There are plenty of people who just like make shit up in the 19th century.
But you can trace it down to he said it first.
Yeah, exactly. So, and for me, that's just fiction.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with just fiction. I love just fiction. I'll sell you just fiction like 10 times a day. But I guess really what I should call that category is lies. Because there is somebody who has a fiction that they want other people to believe.
So where does folklore fall into that?
Lies that everybody knows are lies and are okay with. No, folklore is I don't know, that's a good question. I feel like folklore would better probably be described as the body of fiction that is culturally important to us enough that we know there's something true in there, even if the example you're sharing might not be.
Cute.
But it's all like, it's a spectrum, you know, it's not like tiny categories. It's not tiny little slices on the pie. It's not independent bars on the graph that never overlap. It's more of like a big blended, it's not even a Venn diagram because the boundaries are not clear. It's just a big blend of stuff. And it's sort of like over here, that's a little more fiction, that's a little more lies, that's a little more folklore, that's a little more cryptid, that's a little more myth. You know, I do feel like there is a point where a cryptid can become a myth and still be a cryptid if it's something that people find interesting and useful enough for transmitting something important, that they're keeping the story alive in order to let it do that. There are a lot of really important things that we tell people and each other and our kids and whatever, with stories of like, you know, fae circles. There's really important things that we tell people about stories with Sasquatch. Like, if you're gonna go into the woods, tell somebody where you're going. If you hear something strange, probably go in the opposite direction, not towards it. You know, if somebody leaves food and water, if you encounter food and water in the middle of the woods, probably that's not to eat it. You know, stuff like that. Don't talk to strangers. There's a lot of like useful information in all of those myths. And so that serves a purpose to communicate something very true in a way that we know is not itself an example of truth. I really shouldn't have worn my answer will be unnecessarily academic t-shirt on Friday. I should have worn it today. It's okay. Oh well.
Well, I'm gonna.
If you are size small, medium, large, or extra large, and you would like a t-shirt, come to my table.
For free.
For free. Yeah, these are free t-shirts. We're just giving them away. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun.
I am super low energy today, so sorry about that. I did not jam my sleep.
I got to pontificate. I got everything I needed out of that.
I knew you'd be good for that.
There you go. Also, we have stickers and keychains and buttons and holiday ornaments. They're super fun, and they're all free. Just like take them.
Please take them.
Please take them. Less I have to do with. Please take them.
Oh, I do mention something. You mentioned Welwyn.
Yeah.
So I've done a lot of research, because of what I do, I do a lot of research with this area and the offset areas like Charlotte, Connersville, Lakeland. There's an entire town buried in Newville that people know about. So Georgia has like Lake Lanier, we have Lake Norman, and it's just as bad. If you pay attention to the accidents that happen all throughout the year, it's the same thing. Because the town is very effectively covered by it.
I wrote a little comic strip fiction about that.
So there's a lot similar, up in the mountains, there's, Fontana Lake.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That also has an entire ground pound. And, cause when we were up there in college, we went out on the water when the, it was a drought, so the lake had gone way down, and you could see the old road that had tilted and was still completely there intact.
So my father's family came from towns that have been cut off from the rest of the world by the construction of the creation of Fontana Lake. That's Fontana Day. And we used to go do graveyard decorations up there where they would put us on pontoon boats and boat us across the lake. And then there would be old roads back there between these old abandoned towns and their old abandoned graveyards. And a lot of these were graveyards where they'd empty the graveyard because it would be flooded and move them all a little higher up the hill, basically. And so we would go up there and just like run around in places that nobody had lived forever. And one of Uncle's cabins is now like a facility for the National Forestry Service, and they like have an orchard of heirloom apples that he had grown and stuff like that. All kinds of weird stuff up there, and it all is made weirder by the knowledge that it's kind of still a living place, and it's kind of not. because nobody really lives there, but you can go there and do stuff that you would do in a town that you before. And
Yeah.
it's really weird. It's a very strange place.
It's like explaining to people the whole road to nowhere with that tunnel and everything, and how
Yeah.
that's the government not winning.
It's a really strange, surreal place to visit.
Oh, yeah.
Because you like walk through this like 300-foot long tunnel through the side of the mountain, and you're just like walking on a paved highway, and then all of a sudden the highway just ends and there's woods right there. That's it. It's really strange. I love it. My grandmother lived in a place that was called Bone Valley on Hazel Creek because it had originally been a community called Hazel Creek, but then there was a very sudden storm in late winter, early spring. And a bunch of cows got snowed in and died, and when the snow all melted, then there was just a big pile of bones. Mountains are weird. Giant snakes come out of them.
Yeah, apparently.
And we have river off switches.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Originally, I thought this was a button on the floor, and it is not.
No, that was a bottle cap.
Yes.
Let me get ready.
You're fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, yeah, absolutely. I'm also curious whether the monkey dog had a curved tail or a straight tail.
Yeah.
Just freaking on. Yeah, you know.
So
I don't know what to do with this.
there's a couple of graves in Bears in the cemetery of the circus because they have animals.
Okay.
Of these?
Just outside.
I know he's next door.
Yeah.
I probably should have.
Probably should. One day I'll be.
That's so funny.
So,
Yeah.
but escaping out of that, that was part of the circus.
Right.
That's
No,
amazing.
I mean, I like that theory, but.
You said it, and I was sitting there
You
going,
have an extra one.
there's a reason that I don't think that
That's
Right,
my too.
yeah.
So we'll just do good at it.
Well, thanks for coming. Appreciate y'all coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for entertaining my life.
Sorry, I spread a bunch of stuff out. Oh,
I'm just like so mad at myself. You know how like big exhales feel good?
yeah.
That radio Charlie don't do that. He's not wrong with you. I want to go home, but I don't want to go home. And then somebody set these by your table for me, share a bathroom, and immediately.
My connection with the owner of it. He lost his so he's shut down and he's moving north of it. So now we don't have the issue. And people know that since we had a person in the chat, when the
opportunity to come on a really big stage. Now I gotta go, you know, Captain Book, it's a game. That was fun. Oh, yeah.
We used to just go to just because like Bloody Mary was original. We used to just go to the cemeteries and all that.
It's coming into it's called Confusion.
Y'all started now?
1:30. Yeah, 1:30. 1:30 to 2:30.
Alright, is this where we are?
We are in here.
Oh no, it's on the street.
It's dark though. Where's the light now? I want it to be a little brighter.
Ooh, that's a great question.
I'll find it. Over here.
You can see it. I'll sit on the furthest end away from the camera since I'll be eating. I want to be gross. Where are you sitting?
I'll sit underneath the CCTV, me and Ray, and then we'll have, yeah.
I don't know who some is, but.
It's my water. It's not my thing. But the way we're to do this show, this episode, it's kind of gonna be like a revolving door of people. We're gonna just talk about it, and what you did here, you know.
Oh, cool, and then we leave. And
Right.
let someone else come on.
Yeah, and then we'll just get someone else, and it'll be random and fun.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I'll start eating real quick.
For sure, just sit back there and
Awesome.
wait.
Oh, this isn't my phone. Sorry.
That's okay.
There we go, alright.
I gotta find my gimbal.
There's a fourth Would you prefer concerts or no problem. Once we figure out what sauce is what, I will ask you. Does it have sauce on it already? Okay, I think on the instructions it said that the ours came with scallion oil. But I don't know, I assume that's that, but I don't know what this guy is.
Peanut butter and jelly soda. Gross. All right, I gotta go find my gimbal.
I can hold three too, right?
Sniffing competition.
It says that the grilled chicken. All the solicitation is going on. So I'm not clear on if we ended up with a noodle bowl or
I think mine is looks like most of it.
I didn't see that in noodle bowls on the menu, so I asked her if she converted to more. Sure. Smells good. Maybe it's foam. I might be this like the faux sauce. That's probably a scallion.
This is a little spicy.
Do you like spicy?
Yeah.
Okay. I do not like spicy. I'll take that spicy. Unless you want some of it. Happy to share. Yeah, I can't do spicy food, so. Did you end up snacking something before coming down?
Got a juice and a mix of food.
Oh, well, yeah, they're about to do the podcast.
Alright, side character.
I don't know.
Side character.
See, you stole my phone and now I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's there still. Hiding behind my water bottle. In the safe. You were guarding it. You were dragging in the cabin. Wow. Na 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 na. It looked good, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a authentic Italian.
It's on a bomb meat place, actually.
Really?
Yeah. It's like a half a mile away. It's really close. It's called Bon Meat Brothers. It's very good. I would recommend it.
Yeah, because I was looking, I was like, that looks really good, and you were into it.
Yes, I'm very happy with it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a friend recommended it, and I was like, okay.
Sold.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind driving half a mile to go somewhere, that's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, parking's not so bad today, thankfully.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the car is 2 today, 2 or 3. So definitely might go swing by there. Oh, thank you. I hope you enjoy yours.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Am I the only one who didn't bring a snack or a beverage?
But you killed that road duck. I was like, I saw you earlier. I was like, oh, she did road. I was like, nobody never does road. I was like, that's so dope.
Thank you.
Oh,
You
nice.
do this more often. My self-esteem has shot up.
You know what? See, we just did that barbecue.
Yesterday.
Yeah, we
I
just
think
did
I'm gonna have
a
to see if
barbecue
you want you guys.
not too long ago.
Okay, just don't stand there.
Like, I did it perfect because it was like we had a storm. We had 2 storms. We had we had 3
You
storms.
want to block everybody.
And we had
How would we start?
Overring, and
You are a star
it
in
would have
my
been like
eyes.
we really needed a road
I have
and
to say that you're my
a chain
mother.
break. I think we had one chain
Yeah.
break.
Hey,
No,
like
I
I
don't.
followed all
But I
these
do
races
because I love you.
and I'm like, I'm looking for like reasons to dress up.
Look, some of our group is from Salisbury.
Yeah.
So like they come down and
And they come down and we can like hang out, dress up, smoke anime, everything.
Where can I park her?
Oh, yeah. Listen.
As long as you have your
It's
shot,
so
yeah.
bad. It's so bad. Like, I don't know, you doing the Instagram?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, on the Instagram, like,
Hey,
we'll
not even in the
post some
camera.
things of what we're gonna do next. And
Hang right here and watch the TV. Or watch it, play with your tablet.
If, she's on TV now. Yeah, there's a Street Fighter one coming up. We're about to do that.
Little girl.
Yeah.
You want the tablet time?
And,
Come here.
it was dressed up as a camp, so, yes.
Okay, yeah, hold that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to sit here or do you want to sit
And this is our fearless
Don't
leader. Emma? Yeah, another one.
All right, it's 1:31 and we have
Oh shit, I'm late. Let me take.
officially started our stream. We are ConCarolinas Television, and most of you know us because we are at ConCarolinas. So if you don't know us, I'd be very disappointed in you.
Imagine that.
And
We're where?
this is we're coming to the end of a wonderful 3-day event where there was a lot of amazing cosplay, amazing guests, amazing authors.
Content.
You can leave that open. I don't mind the noise.
We're loud people.
I'm loud.
We're very
Yeah.
loud people.
Plus, I want them to come in and see us and feel us.
Do you need help with that?
No, well, I just was trying to do it and stream at the same time.
Yeah, I think you gotta turn it on.
So, but I just wanted to get the app on. So.
Oh, no, yeah, the gimbal, you gotta turn it on.
No, I know that.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But I wanted to get the app on first. Thank you, Black Lightning, for.
But you know, when it comes to tech, we need
Can you do that again so I can get it on film? But I don't know that everybody wants to be on camera, so I'm filming stuff. If you don't want to be on camera, say
just say.
I don't want to be on camera, and I will not point it in your direction.
Camera.
All right, so this is pretty much the key core crew. We're missing Frenchie, who couldn't make the con this weekend.
She's a teacher, you know, they work hard.
Yeah.
Hard.
Plus, she had in-service days and summer school and all kinds of weird things going on. So in any case, she's on the stream. But really, these are kind of the key core people. CZTV's Buttercup on the end.
She kidnapped, absconded, something.
She brings a different kind of energy and that we needed in our podcast.
Are you telling me you enjoy my
And-
ADHD?
And we love what she brings.
She is loud, she is vibrant, she.
Crazy.
Yes.
And she
These are not things
wears
I've
it.
never heard before.
She wears it like a badge of honor. Exactly. So
I wanted to say too, like you also exude positivity, and I appreciate that.
Oh,
You have very
please.
positive vibes.
Oh, you're never sweet to me. I love
you're
it.
never sweet to me.
He's like, we have like this big brother, little sister vibe going
When that started, it
It's
was
on video now.
It was
That's right, it's long. You were sweet to me.
Right?
it was super
Once a
cute when it
year.
first started too. So. And okay, so going down the line, this is Nick Barone, and he is a super staple on our show. In fact, I would say that he is
What are you about to say?
he is my co.
No, let me interject here. Okay?
Yes.
We all know.
All him, by the way.
We all know that real life sometimes gets in the way, and as a manager, sometimes my schedule gets a little funky. Unfortunately, I was thrown to the wolves, and I did have to work overnight third shift for a long period of time to help
missed
cover.
her so
And
much,
when I
y'all.
did, Nick stepped in and said, "I'll be your Ray." He said, "I'll do it," and he has been absolutely fantastic and a key integral piece of CCTV ever since. We've got
It's touching. I mean, that's just touching. I don't know what to say other than
I
thank
gotta,
you.
I gotta do something else.
Look, I'm being sweet now too.
I'm sitting in tears.
The sweetness there.
I was
So-
like,
Alright, so
controlling
in this
snarky,
seat here-
but that was so touching that I can't.
No, you can't follow that. In this seat here, since he's the one that generally does most of the talking, we're not gonna let him talk for a second. We have our fearless leader, who is responsible for this. The con said, we need something done with this, and he said, I got you. He has taken it.
That's not how it happened.
That is
Let me tell you how, I said, something needs to be done with this, I'm taking over.
Okay, so that was a hostile takeover. But,
What's a hostile takeover?
Yeah.
and he took it and
Hostile
ran with
takeover. We need to calm down.
Right, we're about to get canceled.
it. He really has, the amount of work that this man has put into it, and I know because we live together. He is constantly networking and putting out ads and pushing just for growth and partnerships, and he has done such a fantastic job bringing all of us together. So.
It's very sweet and humble, but let's, okay, did we actually finish with you? Okay, so Nick, to me, is amazing because he always brings a logical perspective to things. He's no, listen,
Not always.
well, I mean, as much as a nerd can bring,
There you go.
we're all nerds, so it's hard for us to maybe separate the fact that we're not Mandalorians. We are human.
Are you the quote? Sometimes Nick just likes to watch the world burn.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes he
This
is.
is true.
He's got a little devil on his shoulders.
You talking about when we designed a movie together?
Yes.
Yeah, no. Somebody had to do it.
Okay, so the movie Black Lightning, the movie that we're talking about, he kept telling us that we should get Harry Styles to star as Trauma.
Like, you really just need to watch the episode because you can see those of us that went into it and we're like, okay, we're really gonna put some thought into it.
Yeah.
And then you have Nick and John going, how can we this up? Let's make this chaotic.
In fairness.
And they are definitely, like, not chaotic neutral, they are definitely.
I played, during that episode, I was playing a role, and the role that I was playing was the role of Hollywood movie executive. His job is to just like look at what's trending, and so I was just like, yeah, throw Tom Holland in it. People love Tom Holland. But
Yeah, the women love Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I love Tom Holland too.
All right. So even okay, despite that slight blip in the
Characters were.
yeah, he is truly an amazing guy, and to me, he brings a little bit of logic or a lot of bit of logic. He's probably more educated than me. He's an educator.
He's my hardest trivia person because he's like, wait a second, Buttercup, no.
Right?
Yeah, he scrutinizes.
I got the answer that you didn't know was an answer.
I'm a little pedantic.
I will formulate trivia around knowing that he's gonna argue with me. Like,
Bottom line is he fits the crew. You know, he's just he's a missing puzzle piece that found a home. So
I feel that too. I really do.
we are the island misfit, that is for sure.
and then we have Ray.
So we don't have a Ray, we don't got to talk about
He says this wouldn't have happened without me. I say I wouldn't have happened without her.
Aww.
It's the truth of the matter is that she's saved my life on multiple occasions, and I owe her everything, every bit of my soul. I would do anything for this
Y'all quit
lady.
with the sweetness.
So anyway, can we get to okay? Introductions aside, key
We're
core
not saying
group.
goodbye forever, y'all.
Key core group. Everyone pretty much has been on the. Everyone has been on the show except for Amber and Mom. that's in this room right now.
And we're gonna fix
We're
it.
actually on the show.
Actually, before
Wait
we
a minute.
took over,
Before we took over.
I was on one.
No.
Way back when.
So
Not
75 episodes ago, Amber appeared out of nowhere.
They couldn't find anyone else, so they're like, you're in.
And that's how I got recruited.
So what I want to say is thank you to the people that have contributed to the accomplishments that we find, and that's not just for ConCarolinas television. That's for ConCarolinas, and this is kind of the conclusion of ConCarolinas.
That was so
So-
funny.
Don't be
The queen of the dad jokes just called that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right? You owe us an apology for that one.
Is she the queen or am I?
You're not. You're the queen in
Oh, she's the
general.
queen.
You're the
Oh,
queen
the
of
dad
dad jokes.
Because every time I make a dad joke, he gives me the look. That's a dad joke.
Right, which is about half the amount of time.
You catch
that I
way
do
more
to
shit
her.
about it than I do.
Right. Right. She's the dad joke queen. You're the princess. Sorry. I'm sorry to demote you.
Hey.
Princess, we have so much responsibility.
Okay,
Remember,
so
one of these people you go home with.
what we want to do, we are going to bring up different people, and we're going to talk. We have an hour, probably less now since I'm so long-winded. And we're just going to talk about the con experience, what you guys did at the con, what you got out of the con, and what you'd like maybe to see in the future. So without further ado, we'll start with Amber.
Hasn't been on this show.
Hasn't been on the show. We have a third too, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Come on over.
Come on up.
That'd be nice, right?
This is an impromptu surprise performance by Amber. I mean, Brooke and Amber.
Hello, welcome to the family.
I
know.
greatly appreciate
We-
another
we have a
fellow
bond.
cosplayer. We got another person also
Yeah.
wearing.
We have a bond,
the jacket, like,
Amber and I.
Yes.
I don't like
Yes.
the fact
Ray
that.
saved you, she saved me this morning.
Look at all the
Yeah, you
recipes
told me.
going on.
Yeah, it's love.
Where's your cake?
Wow.
Long luscious hair.
All right, so Amber, what do you do for the?
Don't do that.
So, okay, so just in my spiel all weekend, my name is
Right.
Amber. I am technically ConCarolinas social media director, but I suck at that.
I am not good at my job.
I was actually talking to Chris this morning. I was like, if it weren't for you and CCTV filling in the gaps, and to all the phenomenal people that do fill in the gaps,
Jessica, which is
Karen,
Karen.
April, all the we wouldn't have a social media.
You would not have a presence at all.
But apparently you're doing some form of your job.
But-
right?
There's just a little bit. I am the emotional support human for ConCarolinas.
And she really is like the penultimate assistant.
Yeah.
Like she, if you need help with something, she's the first person to volunteer. So it's an amazing thing that you do for the convention. It's not, I mean, I understand the fact that you don't really embrace your social media title at all.
I feel bad, Michael, because I don't even play with my own social media.
Right.
Yeah.
Every
I'm
time
not
you're responsible
But
for all of this,
in all
I'm
fairness,
beyond.
I think we made her social media because she's the youngest of us.
And
And
we assume like,
we're totally all out of touch with social media. Like, I don't even know how to open my phone. My writing said, "You want me to help that?" And it's like the reality of my life. That shit is a blank screen right now. Dark. So
This is our life.
my accomplishments are usually from here. You know, I'm not really tech savvy.
you come up with the idea, we make it work.
Yeah, yeah, and I can design like ads and spots and stuff like no other.
And then you throw them at us and we're like, here, post it everywhere.
Every single group message is
Here's the ad posted.
Here's the ad plastered everywhere, or else.
So, disclaimer, other than the fudge, what was your favorite part this weekend?
So this weekend, I actually did my very first panels, and it was
You moderated your own panel, didn't you? Or
No,
did
I
you
was just a
just
part of
guess?
it.
What was the meeting?
Okay.
So we formed a cult on Friday, and then we also did Marry, Date, or Not. And then today, I was just in the mutants panel. Look at you go! I love it! So it was fun.
And stroke.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
How was that different from like every other year? Was it more stressful or was it more fun?
So I am an awkward potato in social settings.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yes. As she walks around in this kid's tight suit that she's rocking. She's so awkward.
It's called growth. You should see me try to post for a photo. It's not pretty.
She's like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Like, I know a group of people sitting at that table though that can help you with that.
Oh yeah, they're but it just.
Are you adopting? Is that what you're doing?
If you feed me, I don't want to.
Can you know much about the outfit?
Alright, I'm in.
That's the love language.
Yeah, we get that fudge thing.
It brought me out of my shell a little bit more, and I was worried that I wouldn't know what to say because I'm fairly new into like the geek world. Yeah, I kind of grew up with it, but I didn't like dive in until my mid-20s, and I'll be 30 this year, so it's still new. Yeah.
Welcome home. Welcome to the island.
I think I need it.
And there's a lot of those stories. I just gave up. There's a lot of those. Each one of us have that kind of story as how we got to where we're at, right? So it's amazing to hear your perspective on that, and I appreciate your perspective. Even though I give you a rasher of shit all the time, I truly do appreciate what you bring and your perspective. So Amber Barnhart, everybody. All right. We're gonna keep it in same umbrella and bring Jacqueline up here. Come on up.
Jacqueline has been on that show.
Right.
And she kicked my butt on the show.
And she did.
It was a very niche trivia that I happened to know.
It was amazing. Like, okay, first time ever. For whatever reason, I think I'm the trivia king. And
whatever
reason. Like I win everything. Like
general trivia.
Yeah.
Is totally your thing.
They already messed up though by letting me come up with their own trivia questions. So that was their fault. They set themselves up for defeat. They're like, here, Buttercup. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? They're like, whatever you want. And I'm like, okay.
Okay, so this is how it is.
Music trivia, ain't nobody beating you. I will be on your team for music trivia.
Now listen, Linda, that should be our first trivia
Of the next season?
So just in case you don't know,
Y'all not here.
Buttercup does our trivia. She hosts our trivia episodes. She comes up with all the questions. She came
long
up.
as John doesn't.
As long as John is not.
As long as John.
Don Darrow, no. So
He got canceled.
she also comes up with the point system and the scoring system, which I hate, and I tell her that every freaking time. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
You've never
It's
heard a man
chaotic.
cry more than over the point.
Okay, so the point system is the first round of questions you get a point. The second round of questions you get 2 points. And the third round of questions you get 3 points. But all the questions are of equal difficulty. Okay, so how does that make sense? So you can get every single question right and only say there's 10 questions in round one. Hey, one voice. So you get so 10 points. You get 10 points, and you slayed the first one, and you win half of the second round.
He's only a little
The
bluffy
third,
about this.
yeah, the third round. Just because they answered like 1 or 2 questions more than you, they win. And it's horrible.
It's not like this happened personally to you.
And that's why I always lose. Because
Sometimes you get out the first round.
Yeah.
Okay. He defends Buttercup now. I mean,
Oh, come on,
I have
really?
to defend it. It does, like, how entertaining would it be, right? If, like, let's say I'm, like, round 1, round 2, and we're just destroying the competition. What's the point in having a round 3 if there's not a chance to catch up? So Buttercup,
okay.
I'm on your side on
Thank
that.
you.
All right. But that's like saying, okay, we've worked so hard and gone through 30 questions or 29 questions. This last question is worth 10,000 points. And that person gets it.
Oh, and
And it's a question that only they would know.
No, the bad thing is though, is like usually trivia is neck and neck, round
So,
1
It
or 2.
is.
However,
It's
comma,
competitive.
someone here smacked.
Bronner's ego aside, I really would like to ask Jacqueline what she's been doing all week.
Oh, sorry.
I haven't seen her at all.
I've been researching magical creatures to prepare for the next round of magical creatures trivia.
Homework.
Absolutely. No, I've been helping out with the Vanguard LARP group. Nick and I like co-run that game. So yeah, what did we do? We had like a party on Friday night, and that was fun.
Yeah, I heard stories about
Really?
I'm just saying,
Party?
the Smokers Lounge, there's a lot of stories going around about said party. It was very fantastic apparently.
I need to hear some stories then.
Some rumors that Nathan had asked me.
Yeah.
About how we're like,
They're
hey,
fantastic.
They're
why
not
does
rumors,
Star
they're
Wars have a bunch
pictures.
of creatures?
Oh yeah, that
So you
Legend.
might talk about what you read.
Legend.
Legend.
Yeah, so I dressed up as Gamora, and I had a very green face, appropriately. But apparently, when you like make out with Star Wars,
Actually, someone came up to me and said, you know, I saw Nick and he had this big green smudge on his face.
Everybody saw Nick with the green smile.
And couldn't figure it out, and then they saw Gamora.
I have no regrets.
All right, so she's been on the show for trivia. What else? She came on for a LARPing episode?
I think was it the Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Episode.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
Came on for
Dungeons
that
and
too.
what?
It was the
DMing. We might have called it DMing 101, but we probably went a little more in depth than 101. Yeah.
Yeah, we were masterclass. We really did.
Definitely, yeah.
it was really
But so at the con,
Other than
the fudge,
that was the disclaimer for everybody, you cannot cheat and use the fudge guy as your answer.
and your cosplay was off the chain. I mean, it was really good, and I can't wait to see it. I hope you guys come to congregate. But I know that you spent a tremendous amount of time making the Citadel of Pain come to light. So, but what else did you do?
What'd you do for fun? Not work.
She was just sitting there enjoying
Right.
her food. That was very, I could see it on her face.
That
She was
sub
enjoying
looked
it.
crazy
good
good.
spirit there, very food motivated.
Right.
Picture. I don't know, yeah. Like, so the Citadel of Pain, like, escape module took out basically like most of our Saturday. But then afterward, we got to come here, and I really love looking around the dealer's room at this time because like so many people bring awesome stuff that they've crafted, and I just love just looking around at all of the wonderful, beautiful things that people have made. And
It's like a
it's
live
super fun.
Etsy store.
Yeah, it is. It's super fun. Like at some of the really big cons, it's like all very like the same thing over and over, very generic
Yes.
things that you can find on Amazon or eBay. But here, it's like stuff people have made like with their like hearts and just
Total artisans here, you know.
yeah. So that's probably my favorite. And seeing people's cosplays too. I love seeing like the creativity like that too.
All right. Is there anything that we can do better in your opinion?
Have her on more.
No, I feel like
Get in line.
maybe like less warm. If it wasn't so hot out.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
I don't know. I wore a hoodie all weekend because I was inside, and this place is like a refrigerator.
I'm gonna back her up on that, especially for cosplayers. You need to take it down like 5 degrees.
No, I'm dying. I'm
So we
already
don't have
frozen.
to
I'm
deal
like,
with that.
I'm cold right now.
I was okay.
That's, we can see.
No, I really I love this con. This is like my favorite con that I've only been to this con what, three, I don't know.
I think this is our 4th year.
4th year? Okay. So 3 or 4 years, but it's like just, I love it. Like the community here is amazing and the people are just genuinely like supportive of one another and kind and friendly. And it feels like a lot more of a community vibe than some of the really big cons that
I agree with
been
that.
to. So,
Yeah, it is more
yeah.
family, yeah, it is more.
So I think that's the only thing I would say is like just keep that vibe and keep it. Don't let it escape. I'm worried that if we expand to like multiple hotels year after year, it's just gonna become like really spread out. And so
Yeah.
impersonal.
In fact, I mean, I'm of the opinion, and it might be controversial for you to say since I'm on the ConCom, that I would like to see it come back together. I don't like I don't like the separation only because I miss them. So let's figure out a way to do what they did over at the other hotel, which was the escape room, and bring it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why we should be that way, but that's just my humble opinion.
I think everybody's on it.
Yeah, we all
And that'll be discussed, and maybe we just haven't found the right use of what we've got across the street. So that'll all come.
Yeah, we've got a whole year of
And there's
planning.
gonna be a survey at the end of this all, and everyone can give opinions, and we weigh those opinions, and we wanna take care of the people that take care of us. And so, we will do that, and everyone understands and knows that we're a nonprofit, so we're going to go in the direction of the people that support us. Because by you supporting us gives us the opportunity to support something in our community. Like, the programs that the Time Out Youth and that we've been doing, which is the LGBT, give me the other ones. QIA plus community, and the discarded parts of them are the ones we want to help, because nobody is trash and nobody can be discarded. So love that. But I want to say thank you for what you do. Kind of embodies what we want to be.
And without you, there would be no.
You were saying that, because people are kind, because, everyone's doing the right thing and treating each other with respect. That's because we have people like you. So thank you for being part of CCTV.
So like, who's our next victim? I mean, volunteer. Absolutely. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Afro. Get on up there, girl. You're surprised.
Don't get, girl.
So it's just a real quick.
You can be my friend, come on. Yeah.
Cause I love the
I hate them.
So introduce yourself. Again, this is a new stream.
But yeah, Apple folks, hello, and I'm a cosplayer, content creator, and a ConCarolinas.
Award-winning.
I'm telling you. Let's go ahead and say famous.
Maybe, yeah.
All right now. So let's jump straight into it. Ask your questions, con-related, so I keep my mouth shut.
Other than the fudge, what has been your best experience here so far?
Oh, other than the fudge?
Other than the fudge.
Was there a fudge?
I use that. I got a packet of fudge up there.
Oh, listen, that fudge is good.
Right?
Okay, that's a hard question now.
That's the only reason any of us show
We
up is
eliminate
for that
fudge.
fudge. We just end up doing other stuff while we're waiting for the fudge.
I'm on the ConCom for fudge.
I guess the cosplay contest, because I love seeing everybody's cosplays, what they came up with.
And the cutest couple was there yesterday, and they were Batman and Robin.
Oh my god, I saw it. They were
They
fantastic.
were so cute. They had like a whole skit, and they had the telephone that they did the call and everything. Yes,
Like
they had a
Adam
whole
West
skit
style
that they had
Batman.
planned out. They did it. It was so cute. Of course, they won the category, but they were so cute. So they were like literally my favorite cosplayers. Like everybody else did good. And I am biased to Kratos.
Did you win anything?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you win Master Class?
Yeah, it was a mess. I can't remember what the name of the award I got, but
You got best in
You
show.
got an award, you
Best in show. Oh, so he got the best in show.
He got the best in show award with the crown as
Okay.
the prop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best in show.
And you didn't remember that?
I was in awe that I won, so I was like, what was it? It was today.
I'm not motivating you,
Yeah, Kratos, you are not on
Don't
stage.
take the spotlight away.
Yeah, I was like, back to the fudge.
So yeah, but they were cute. But everybody's cosplay, they did so good. And there was like so many people that came up. They had skits already done, and I love how they engaged with the audience and stuff. And that was like a really fun experience. I was so nervous, but like it made me feel good that everybody else was cosplaying, and they came up with like confidence and everything. So
Were you dressed different yesterday or?
yeah, yesterday I
every
was
day.
Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I was yesterday. But
And what were you on Friday?
I know there's so many identities. Who was I?
Friday seems like it was a week.
She was beautiful.
Friday was last week.
Oh, yeah, that's every day.
So I was like,
that.
Chun-Li.
Chun-Li.
Oh, Chun-Li, yeah, that's right.
How is it that this guy
You remember what she wore, but you don't remember what. You're not gonna.
my focus is always just like,
I'm okay with that.
yeah.
So yeah, Chun-Li, then Aloy, then today's
So cosplay contest. It's awesome.
It's all about. That's the expression of creativity. Like all of your creativity you have inside, and then you let the world see it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's the way I see it.
It's not that just that you let them see it, but that you craft
You put, yeah.
a different, experience.
It's not just your heart and soul, like it's like you are
Blood, sweat, and tears added to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were like making this new character out of this.
Exactly. I love how people make it their own.
Creating is the best part because you get so much satisfaction out of it.
Oh yeah. Once you look in that mirror and you smile, you're just like, I did that.
And so all right. So your favorite part was cosplay. What do you think we can do better?
That's not my question, but
It's a spotlight question. I don't even know. I'm just enjoying it.
No, I mean, if there's nothing there, I mean, that's fine too.
What would you want to see more?
Just tell us what you said.
I want to know.
That's a terrible way to put it. No, because this is my first ConCarolinas.
Oh, is
So,
it?
yeah.
Look at the other.
So what do you want to see more? More fun? You've been asking.
More fudge.
More fudge.
More
Fudge on every
fudge.
corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to walk more than 5 feet for fudge.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Oh, maybe more entertainment, like shows.
Ooh, that is a good idea.
You know, like a concert or something. Just like have some people come in to, do like a short show or entertainment or something like that.
She's talking about herself.
No.
There she is.
Are you a singer too? Entertainer too?
Yeah.
Yes?
I am.
You're hired.
So, but I say like most of the cons that I go to, there's always a concert. Not just speaking for myself, but like there are concerts.
Well, we
I
have
can see
concert.
that. Because our thing
Did you
is
miss it?
the party that we had Saturday night.
The parties.
Oh, we were going like that.
We were adulting.
Oh, yeah.
We were partying. That happens.
She doesn't have to be in
I'm adulting right now.
That's okay.
Oh.
We were adulting too.
But
No, we followed those.
yeah, but other than that, like I don't have any notes.
Yeah,
I
I can
enjoyed
see that.
myself so far.
Good, good.
I don't have any notes.
She's like, but let me reflect on it for a little bit. I'll get back to you.
Right.
I haven't really thought about it because, like, so far in my con experience, like, I've had a lot of fun. So, like, I'm not looking like. You're
Well, and that's kind of the best review that you can get. Like, I just had fun. I'm having bad this year.
Like, it's a really fun con. Like, I'm definitely looking forward
So
to
you'll be back next year?
Absolutely.
Boom.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Thank you.
Thank you. After for everybody. Like and subscribe all of our Instagrams, on Facebooks, and all of our.
All of it. All right, so who's our next one?
All right. Thank you very much.
Hot seat. Hot seat. You know what? I haven't seen a whole lot of that one right there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
My BFF.
Like normally I catch him social butterflying all around, and I don't feel like I've seen a lot of Fred.
I met Fred.
Because I steal him.
I know.
Probably close to a decade ago, and I met him. I think we were role playing in a D&D game together, or Pathfinder, something together.
Some table.
Like at the Comic Mon store, and was it a Comic Mon store or was it somebody's house? I can't even remember.
That first
But-
meeting you did with Ray.
Oh yeah, you were, and I just thought he was the most creative and interesting character, developing builder type of person that you can play with. He is the unique one when it came to character building.
But wait, there's more. Every time we see Fred, that we learn something new about Fred.
Right. So Fred ultimately became what we call, very affectionately, the mad scientist.
Can I say that how we became friends was like, he's carried around this red wagon of all these goodies, and I'm like, what's in there? And so we sat down for like, 3-4 hours and did nothing but like
talk about magic rocks. Was it Mad Scientist or Mr. Wizard?
Oh,
I
who's
think
mad
it's both.
scientist?
Kurt's Mad Scientist,
Yeah, I
Freddy's
have another
Mr.
friend.
Wizard.
Yeah, so Mr. Wizard's World. Okay, but the funny thing is that they built that friendship because Buttercup is also a crafter. She makes like little itty bitty things. Which has got to be hard, right? Because I have trouble drawing a full scale hot dog, and she makes a little tiny one.
That's adorable.
So, yeah. Is
I
it?
can make a McRib.
Oh, wow.
Is Buttercup's miniature? Buttercup's miniature.
Buttercup's miniature.
Everybody needs a McRib.
Buttercup's
in
miniature.
their life.
Yeah, we're gonna plug that. Buttercup's miniatures on Etsy.
That's her store. And Fred though is the things that we learned about Fred is that he's a con goer. He's been on multiple moderators and guests on panels, speaking mostly about costuming and creating that kind of stuff. So tell us what you liked about the cons.
Other than the budget.
I'm done with
It's
fun.
always the stipulation.
I'm not.
I got a whole pack.
Let's talk about the truffles. They're keto friendly. And I need keto friendly.
Alright, so other than the budget.
I like reconnecting with all the people I talked to last year. Like her outfit had all these little drawers. Can't remember.
Last year.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, those drawers are. I think I've seen those at the Dollar Tree.
Yes, and we totally connected over Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree. It's like hero.
And it's like those make a great little like what was it? Yeah,
You made he brought y'all this year, he brought me a rack of potions. And I was like, oh, my kid can't see these because they're mine.
I have little LEDs in it, so you put the little switch on the bottom,
And
each
you
one
light
lights
up,
up.
we light up.
Oh,
That's so funny.
That is his.
Amazing crafter. We built an escape room, right? Like beautiful escape room. And he's like, I'm like, Fred, just try to buy some lanterns. Right?
No.
Just so that we
Fred will not buy lanterns.
Right? He's like, I'm making a lantern. And he's like, it only takes 27 batteries right now. I'm working on it.
No. He doesn't just make a lantern. He makes a lantern that flickers like a fire, and it's like
Solar powered.
Uh-huh.
I'll do it myself.
And it's like
You know, Viking lantern, that's what it was. It looked like it was wrapped with like sheepskin. It was interfacing for fabric.
And sing that.
That was wood glued together so it stayed. And I put them in those little flicker rechargeable lantern things, and you can sit on the table like you see at restaurants.
Yeah.
It slid right into the center of it, so you can flip out, recharge it, put it in the middle, and you can carry it around like a regular lantern.
So yes, solar powered.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fred, have you ever considered involving yourself in the world of live action roles?
I think every cosplayer wants
in demand
to.
right now. Fred is in demand.
Maybe.
You hear that, Jacqueline? You hear that?
I think there's a direct correlation between cosplayers and LARPers that
And you find Fred.
there's no war anymore. It's like they want to do it. They want to make it happen. Do you want to LARP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it yesterday. I missed it.
Yeah, I've never been LARPing before. So.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Our group was with us in the escape room. Do you want to create a series?
So you're building a LARPing community, building a cosplaying community, building a movie making community. It's a fantastic thing. So,
What do you want to see?
you've been to the con a lot.
A lot.
What do you think we did different this year over the previous years, and what did we miss the boat on?
It just keeps growing every year.
And so, was it okay, like, did you go back and forth between the hotels? Did you do any of that? Going back and forth, you were just.
I stayed in one spot. I moved around more than last year. Last year, I dressed up as a clone trooper. I had a little face mask.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
I
remember,
remember
yeah.
I stood in the
You were
lobby.
from Spaceballs?
I wore the space ball.
Okay.
I had the portal gun that I made a replica of. And I was standing at the gaming table. I stood there. I was like, man, I'm tired. I'm just going to stand here for about 20 minutes. I'm just talking to Brian at one of the tables. And one of the staff walks by. And I'm just sitting there, not even moving, just talking to him. And then I was like, hey, I'm going to get some food. And I started moving. And the staff guy just gets startled and just runs away. I was like, I thought you were a statue. Like, I put my face away. Like, nope.
Nope. For a minute.
Nope. Yeah. It's a great con. It is a great con.
Yeah.
Bring people together.
Well, I'm for one glad that we've been friends over this many years, and sometimes we don't see a whole lot of each other. Neighbors?
We're neighbors.
Get out of here.
You live down the street from me.
No! You know you're only like 20
This is the same guy that would be like, yeah, I'll stop by your workshop. Yeah, we'll get together. We'll build something. But you lived in like Kannapolis or China Grove or something, didn't you?
I live by the sea park.
Did it? I mean, before. When did you move?
I never moved.
Shut the front door.
I've always been right next to you this whole time.
That's not creepy.
Yeah, right.
Not at all.
I thought I felt someone breathing down my neck.
It's always
But I've appreciated you over the years, and I wish I knew you lived down the street.
No, we're having a cookout,
Because
right? We're doing a cookout.
You better bring the eggs.
I would have had you over all the time. But thank you for being part of the con and for being part of our
All right, so we got about 15 more minutes. Do we got time for another?
We got time for a couple more.
Another victim.
I want to bring Ryan up to the panel.
Let's bring
Ryan has been a frequent guest on
He's
CCTV,
getting frequent flyer miles.
Hello.
but he should, if he doesn't, because he chose to help out with our Citadel of Fame and come down from New York to experience ConCarolinas.
Yeah.
That's an amazing thing. If you think about it, it's amazing. I mean, I don't think I would go to New York for you. I didn't mean it like that. I meant for the conventions.
Open now, insert foot.
What? I quit. Wait, I didn't say anything.
Your water was
So-
pretty.
I will jump in when it comes to Ryan. So Ryan and I have known each other since kindergarten. We went to the same elementary school. We've been friends for a very long time. In recent years, we hadn't seen each other for a while, but he made the flight down. He came down
Amazing.
here. He also like just volunteered to help out when like Jack and I were doing setup stuff. He like jumped in, wasn't a problem. We felt bad. We're like, oh, don't do that. And he's like, no, it's all completely fine. And has just been a very positive force this
You're
entire
hired.
convention.
That was great for this con, right? Let's be selfish and talk about CCTV.
Oh, but CCTV host wants to talk about CCTV.
So this guy has been literally on multiple episodes, let's say, and he has given a different perspective than anybody else that we've brought on the show. Not only because he's from New York, it's because he's a stand-up comedian.
You just earned yourself a nickname.
He's super.
He's the devil's advocate.
And he's super funny.
And I figured you would be.
Was it worth flying however many
Oh,
miles
here's a good question.
to come to ConCarolinas? Was it worth it?
Yes, but also,
However, comma.
I do think I destroyed my liver. You guys are working me out so much. I don't think I can handle this night.
Yeah.
But like, the
Did
con
we
has
say
been fantastic.
sorry or you will?
Yes.
We forgot to give you the disclaimer that nobody in the Carolinas has a liver.
We got rid of those things a long time ago.
So knowing now that it's not a prerequisite, would you come back?
Yeah, I come back. This is a great con. People are awesome. There's so many cool vendors and stuff, and yeah, it's just like walking into a good like RP community. Like I love this. This is cool.
Yeah.
Well, we love you.
I'm gonna back that up. Like I'm gonna say, I love the fact that this does. Like this is a place that you can walk in and be whoever you are, and you are gonna be embraced by someone. Someone is gonna love you. No one feels out of place. No one feels pushed aside. Nobody gets their feelings hurt over anything because you are going to find a family member here, regardless of your status, your stature, your anything. Like I love how family based. Like we are a huge nerd family here.
Yeah.
Like that's it. I mean, just all of us.
I love that.
We like it.
But I totally appreciate you coming down. I even appreciate more the fact that you come on our show and make it a better show.
Happy to help.
You make it a better show, so
It's fun.
we appreciate you being a regular.
We're gonna put you on trivia.
Let's give it up for Ryan Anderson. He's a good man. Even if he's from New York. I'm walking here. I lived in New York. For years. New York took my foot.
Just open your mouth, put your foot in it.
I don't have a foot. Okay, so great. All right, one more.
One more. What do you think?
I'm gonna let's do a surprise, Ninja Dax.
Oh, Ninja. Oh,
Yeah.
Come on up, Dax.
So late.
I didn't see a whole lot of guys this week.
Thank you.
All right, Dax has been on the show a couple times.
Uh-huh.
and we love her, and she's also part of the LARPing community. She cosplays like no other.
Yep, definitely a crafter. Thank you. Yeah.
So, what did you find compelling about con?
Hold on, you gotta give a disclaimer, other than the fudge.
That was the first thing I bought. We were in a booth like two rows down. I was like, this is the first thing I'm doing. Like, yeah.
See you over there.
I would say the cosplay competition really brought a lot of people together. Whether somebody won or lost, it didn't really. It felt like it didn't matter. It's like there was this whole. Just seeing everybody's versatility and seeing everybody's craft and how beautifully like handmade and all the dedication that went into everything was really a lot of fun. Like yeah, exactly. And I was talking to a gentleman that was right beside me that entered for the first time, and he was so nervous and so nervous. And like, honey, we all are. But we were able to talk shop for a little while.
Right.
I felt like it really brought. It was like you can do it. Just try it.
Just do it.
Yeah,
I love that. Because every time I turn around, there's somebody having a conversation with somebody else and they're learning something.
Yes, that was my whole thing. Was like I'm learning. So 5 minutes in the chair, I'm like I can't believe all this.
And they're all
I didn't know that.
sharing the tips and the tricks, and they're like, I'm helping you succeed. You're helping me.
Exactly.
And then you take it and you just
run with it. Yeah.
Yes.
It's all friendly. There's no competition. It's,
Yeah.
we're all
Right.
here.
And
Yeah.
like, I'm not here for me.
Yep. Especially seeing like the younger cosplayers being like, oh, I could never. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like, neither do us.
Right.
We're all just winging it.
Right.
It was wonderful and beautiful. I loved it.
So,
That was my favorite.
Fantastic.
That was probably well, she was in fact part of one of our most successful episodes, most viewed episodes.
Yep.
Along with I think Nick was on it.
Stephanie Creed was
Stephanie
there,
Creed was
and there was
there.
another
It was-
lady I can't remember her name, but she was wonderful.
Yeah, I think it was Jess.
Yes.
So these people have taken like CCTV to the next level because they focus on cosplay and being great. I mean, Nick's costume, Star-Lord, was yesterday. I like this one, but yesterday, this one's okay.
This one's definitely
It's definitely easier.
Jumper though. It's like,
The jumper was
It's
but
not
what you don't know, that he wasn't just Star-Lord. Because if you went over to the Holiday Inn, he was this, like, I didn't even know, he came up to me, I'm just over there I'm gonna host karaoke, and this demon Gothic Lord thing comes at me and starts talking to me. And I'm like, oh, what did I do wrong?
We got a question.
yeah, what's
You
up?
guys have karaoke here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was last night at 6:30.
You need to adult less next year.
Yeah. This I will leave kids home, right?
Yeah.
Drop the kids off.
Just drop them off the bus.
Just give them an iPad.
I'm gonna hold some. Yeah.
Alright, so
I love those episodes that we do with like Dax and Nick and the LARPers because they unlock those secrets. And I'm like, man, I would have never thought that possible.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we make the impossible possible.
Yeah.
And they just start unlocking
with foam.
Right.
With foam and leather.
I'm being facetious when I say that, but they like craft the world with just foam, but they don't.
And it's like I can hand them a water bottle and they give
Ribbons
me
and
something
whatever.
back that is just beautiful.
Right,
It'll be a weapon.
They turn this into Rocket from
You know?
Oh yeah, there's so many times where I have to like put a warning.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, this is not real. Like I've gotten banned on TikTok because they're like, this is a real weapon. I'm like,
Yeah, it's plastic.
Oh yeah. Is there, okay, you have a shop, right?
oh yes, absolutely.
What is it?
Lucid Illuminations on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and we're starting a Patreon soon. And we, not only do we have all this stuff for sale, but we also teach people how to do it on a budget. So we're like, no gatekeeping. No gatekeeping with my business.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That's the best.
Love that.
Thank you.
Alright, and we have plans to have like her and like Doobie on our anime show.
Yes.
Yes.
Coming soon to CCTV.
We're gonna get some anime on.
I'm excited.
Well, thank you for being part of
Yes,
our
thank
family
you.
and our community.
Absolutely.
I think it has been a wonderful weekend. And I, for one, absolutely love coming, but I think this year. Hi.
Love you.
We were all rowdy, but now we're whispering.
There we are.
Because you know that one can get loud too.
So yeah, so we're coming to an end. We're gonna have closing ceremonies in a very short time, and we appreciate all the insight and input you've given us about the con.
There'll be surveys at the end. I'm just kidding.
There's active surveys now. You can survey
There are
this panel.
surveys.
Okay, I wasn't kidding.
But there's gonna be an
I don't care
independent
about
survey.
the surveys.
Right.
About the surveys.
This is the survey right here.
Right here. You know, the relationships that we build and the community that we have and keeping that going all year long. That is the best part of coming to con. Is it's just a
Not just
culmination.
all year long, year after
Year after year, but it is a culmination and a celebration of the nerd community family.
We
The
just
nerd family.
Just keep making it.
And we just come together. It's like a family reunion every year.
We're taking over the world.
Yeah, there you go. Charlotte.
Charlotte and surrounding.
We're starting.
Yeah,
We're starting small.
New York in one person at a time.
Right. We got New York. Who else? New York. We got California.
We got some California.
California.
There was some Virginia.
Texas.
No,
We're
what's the next one?
Listen, I'm gonna say something very controversial, but Texas has got better barbecue than North Carolina. I'm turning in my season. All right.
I love you.
This panel just changed.
Let me say something.
You just broke
It's gonna be
And Kansas City barbecue is second. You know what? Pulled pork is not barbecue.
Okay, so good. We did a whole the drop in here. Just didn't listen.
She just came out of her shell. She was up here like this yesterday. Now she's gonna fight you.
Smart choice. Smart choice.
All right.
It's the quiet ones you gotta worry about.
Yeah,
I got your back, Barn. And New York don't have barbecue. They have steel cheesesteak. Oh, yeah, hallelujah.
Wait.
Hold on.
Chicago's pizza is better.
Chicago.
There you go.
That shady classic line is
Chicago pizza is French toast, people. nerds are really passionate about things. You know I am. All right. So, any final words?
You don't get any. I just.
You already chosen your lane.
Final words. This is Jerry Springer.
I'm not the referee, I'm just a trainer.
You are much more than that. I'll have you know.
No, I am so excited and ready for season 3. What, this is like season 3, right? This is the end of this is the season finale.
Season finale.
Waiting for
Right now.
dad jokes to come. The trivia is gonna be way more random and stupid.
Noise canceling headphones for when Buttercup does that.
What if there's a vocabulary quiz?
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we do a spelling bee? Oh my God. Look, Bronner's like,
This is not content.
Okay, I got you. I found it. Spell extraterrestrial.
Right.
Go.
I don't know. I'm gonna spell it. You ready?
Yeah.
Data. D-A-T-A. You don't come at me. All right, look, we gotta wrap up. Nick, what about you?
Oh boy, what, like parting words?
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't matter whether you like New York pizza. All that matters is that you pursue what inspires you.
Quickly turning for after school special.
These are life lessons we're learning.
Like, that was such teacher Nick moment.
All right, and my queen.
No.
Oh, look at this. He's like,
But you don't get it, right?
My queen needs to speak off. Silence. Go ahead, my baby.
Do you know how to be silent?
No.
No, I think I just had a phenomenal time, and I'm so excited for season 3 and all of the projects and the collaborations coming up. I want to thank everybody for being here and putting up with my husband. Because in one way or another, you had to put up with him.
It's not always easy.
Facts.
If he goes missing,
I'm gonna blame her.
don't come to me. Don't come to me. I will play.
Surrounded by barbecue sauce.
And you know what? If you do bury me, bring a lot of shovels and a lot of people because you got some time. All right.
No, but I love the nerd geek family. That's it.
We love you too.
We love you. All right, that's a wrap, CCTV. Let's a big round of applause. All right, we're out. Peace and love.
Actually, it's the pizza.
Don't bring me no barbecue plate.
I do like Chicago pizza. Yeah, it is.
Yes.
No.
I'm reading your bad shirt. Oh yeah! I see it now. Trailer's still on there. Black Viking. I'm the idiot. That's Black Viking. The famous Black Viking.
Hi.
Oh yeah?
You know. All right,
Look, she's like, what are you doing now? Look at her face. Look at her face.
Dude, she was so good.
Oh, she was amazing.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
This is what happened when you have a corn base. She said they're doing what? That's she wanted to leave and go to like keep the heart at lunch.
Oh,
So it was also, yeah, it was also Brian.
I'm not gonna be involved, so I'm like.
What'd you say?
Taking my dog out of that fight, but.
You're like a barbecue. You did good. Thank you for being so quiet and doing your thing.
What a barbecue.
What did you make?
I just went with
No. Oh, you're
I went to the hotel. See, it's
Mom's got a potty.
Huh? So you're taking too long. We're leaving some coming in here soon, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
I'm
leaving.
sorry.
I told you that this panel was going.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, I love you. We're leaving too.
Alright.
I'm gonna find my John and then probably smoke him.
Good vibe.
See ya. He's probably
I
out.
try to make it fun. Because he realized you had to do it, they didn't have to do anything.
I think it's zero degrees out here every day, all day. Who knows? Who knows?
Huh? So Joe something or something like that too? We got a plan, so we said this before.
We had plans. I did not know we were neighbors.
Well, COVID,
Why did you know we were neighbors?
He's all playing her.
You're like literally 20 minutes from
I'll message you.
I should not. They are.
And wonder about, you know,
Why did we not know that he's like my neighbor? I am a terrible friend.
Yeah, I got a refrigerator.
All right.
There's a
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know. I was on 12:45. I was supposed to be here at 1:30.
I love coming and seeing you on a panel.
She just hits on the
Shook it out.
It smells good.
I'm hard.
Lauren plays
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
Well,
it's
they're
we got a folk
We got a little pipe for.
good.
All right, well, I'm glad I got to connect with you and thank you for being with me.
Okay, yeah. That belly. Yep, that belly. That happens.
And this next time.
She did
I'll
good.
be
She was
fun.
like,
I hope to see your face.
yes, next time we'll probably bring the kids.
Oh, I thought you were talking like under there.
I'll be fine.
Or before then. I just wanted to grab this so I can forget two of the most important things I brought.
Hey, do you need my box of equipment?
What is that?
Do I need what?
Your John's equipment. We'll see at the house.
Alright, I'll be there.
I gotta put shit back in it,
Eventually.
but yeah, I'm done with it.
Yeah, oh, is it missing stuff? I was
Yeah,
gonna
this is
say,
all over the place.
I just need the laptop. Can I have the laptop? Is that in there?
It's in that box.
Okay, as long as the laptop's in there.
Hey,
I
Ron,
didn't use the laptop.
Ron, you wanna get on the one-on-one tomorrow, me and you? Like we did last year, the pre-con, the post-con.
Post-con.
Yeah, just kind of review.
Just me and you?
We could do me, you, Ray, we could do Nick. I just need to know, I want to ask you because you're the first person I want on there, anybody else is added bonus. 8:30, that's what, 8:30,
Yeah.
101.
This little buttercup has to be
Ruth
done.
doesn't stream, Ruth doesn't stream the Monday after con, she's not gonna get back till late.
Okay, well, you keep playing.
And it's usually very important for me to do a stream, after I've been promoting my stream all weekend.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
stream as fast as possible.
I'll do it.
Dude.
Alright,
How many F-bombs?
Oh, no, this is not CCTV, we can literally F-bomb nothing but F-bombs. Yeah.
8:30 p.m.
I'm glad you said it.
Okay, I'll talk to Sean, and if he can produce, I will stream from your house, if he can't, I will stream from my house and then come to your house.
I'm working it done.
I know, it will work out, cause it's 8:30 to like, 9:30, but we'll probably run a little late since there is no show after that.
Sorry.
There's no happy hour.
No, original stream on Monday, like I said, she's got so much travel, she gets back, she's her kids.
I mean, we could do happy hour.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, like, so we don't have a limit.
Yeah, we can go a little over.
And it is not PG-13, our stream is open for everyone.
Alright. Oh man. I can say every manner of terrible thing.
Oh,
under the
yeah.
sun. Alright.
You know, they're
good.
super racist, man.
No,
That's
no,
really
no,
what?
no. Not that.
Just make sure you mention John drinking some beer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell that story on D1 with it. I haven't.
Oh, you've done that.
No.
No.
So D101 panel, we had to ask each other uncomfortable questions.
Yeah.
And one of the questions the Rubens asked me was, because I do weird stuff for content, have you ever drank your own